he said he's bringing dessert, you're about making dessert, he'll bring wine. Juan was making healthy bread, some other dessert.
Yeah.
He's gonna get shrimp cocktail and wine.
Hello, hello, Strafford County. You're listed as muted. Are you trying to transmit audio yet? I'm with Gail. Hello, Strafford County. Are you trying to transmit audio yet? It's 6:07. We're here.
Getting serious when I take my glasses off, so that I can actually see all of you out there. I heard somebody's voice. Who was that?
Susan Chulevin. Hello, fearless leader. And Gail, I hear you too now.
Okay, anyway, go on. Where is my technician? Ah, there you are. Okay, well, first of all, thank you all for being here. So, without further ado, I'm going to open the meeting. And ask everyone to stand for the stand. Now, ask, Mayor Carrier to lead. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America. One nation. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone, for being this meeting. Yeah, and our county clerk, the delegation clerk is out of state. She may be with us on Zoom, there she is. But I'm going to ask Janet to Janet, where are you? Janet. He's up there. Slow down, you're gonna get sick enough for speeding. This is the course of out of state. We're ready. We're ready. Thank you. When you're ready,
Notice is hereby given that the public hearing and meeting of the Strafford County Legislative Delegation scheduled to be held Wednesday, December 20th, 2023, 6 p.m. for the snow date of Thursday, December 21st, 2023, 6 p.m. This meeting will require a physical forum, but will provide remote access to the public and will be held as noted above in the Superior Courtroom, moved to Courtroom 1, second floor, William A. Grimes Justice and Administration Building, 259 County Farm Road, Dover, New Hampshire, to conduct the following business. Presentation of the new nursing home construction plans, public hearing for comments and questions on the proposed new nursing home construction, issuance of bonds to fund new nursing home construction, questions and comments from the public, close the public hearing, open the delegation meeting, approve minutes of October 5th, 2023 public meeting, review construction plans for a new nursing home, and motion to approve the issuance of $163,738,816 in bonds to fund the new nursing home construction by a 2/3 vote.
thank you. When you're ready, you call the roll.
Ankerberg,
Present.
Bailey,
Present.
Bay,
Present.
Bickford,
Here.
Bixby,
Here.
Burnham, present, Hannon,
Here.
Conley,
Here.
Connor,
Here.
Fitzpatrick,
Here.
Ranger,
Here.
Grassy,
Here.
Harrington,
Here.
Corrigan,
Here.
Corrigan,
Here.
Howard,
Here, virtually.
Howland,
Here.
Kaczynski,
Here.
Kenny,
Here on Zoom.
Lamontagne, here, Levesque,
Zoom.
Newton,
Here.
Fair,
Here on Zoom.
Finney,
Here.
Petrie,
Here.
Potenza,
Here.
Cecilia Rich. Here. Jeffrey Rich,
One more time.
Jeffrey Rich, Schmidt,
Here.
Selig. Here. Jeff Smith,
Here.
Marjorie Smith,
Here.
Southworth,
Here.
Levin,
Here.
Turcott,
Here.
Vincent,
Here.
and Wall.
Here.
Yeah, I believe it's required for those who are on Zoom to tell us where you are and, who is with you. So we'll start off, I'll call you by name. Representative Levin.
Representative Schmidt, I'm in my home on the second floor, all by myself.
Okay, Representative, Levesque. Kathy.
I am in my aunt's movie room alone.
Okay. Representative Kenny.
I'm in my apartment in Durham, New Hampshire alone.
Representative, Howard.
I am currently in Wallingford, Connecticut. I'm at my girlfriend's place alone.
Okay, Representative Pear.
Excuse me, I'm in my house at the recommendation of my doctor. My husband is in the building, but he's not in the room.
Okay, thank you. I don't know the representatives, because I see a couple of people that I don't recognize, and I believe that's everybody. All right, so we have four. Thank you very much. And item 6 on the agenda is the presentation of the proposed new nursing home construction plans. Not presuming that, architect is going to give us that presentation, or Commissioner Morales. Who's going to do the presentation of the plans?
Take 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's on the agenda. So where is John?
Right here, right there.
Oh, there he is. Okay,
Is there a mic or?
right over there. Cliff, you want to direct the camera?
There is. So I wasn't waiting.
Please introduce yourself to the people in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jonathan Hawley. I'm an architect at Warren Street Architects in Concord, New Hampshire. I have been working with the delegation and the county since 2020, early 22. The current plans are on display outside with those boards. We've been over them a number of times. Currently, we're at 310,000 square feet, a 5-story building with a construction cost of the building is $149 million. The project is conceived at project cost of approximately no more than $170 million. There's contingencies and other things that are in that number. I will answer any questions that you all have. I don't want to belabor. We've been over the plans. Speak to specific issues if anybody has a question.
All right, are there questions from the delegation? First.
Oh, there's an ordinance, so I know it was approved up to 60,000, so you're gonna have a light.
Yeah, we don't.
None of
None of the mics are on.
Operation. Not in Portland, mics are operational, it's just the outlets.
Okay.
In point of order, we can't hear you at all in the back here. Could everybody speak up, please?
Thank you for pointing that out. I was just about to inquire to see whether we got any.
If you press and hold it.
Right, that's president mute, it says. Yeah. Is this working?
No.
Well, it's just for the people that on the internet, you know.
How is the public supposed to hear on the Zoom if these mics aren't working?
You can hear it fine.
So right there and here are the two microphones.
Okay.
Okay, so I know the contract.
Speaking to the mic.
Yeah, you gotta hold my. They approved the contract for up to 60,000, but. And you gotta talk to them all too, so am I supposed to hold it?
It doesn't work. They're not working.
Those, none of these are operational.
So stand up and so.
Okay. I know the project, this project was approved up to 60,000, which I mean, you know, 3D modeling, myself, I don't just walk through, you did that as much as possible, it cost that much. How much, I think we spent a smaller number, how much we actually paid you of that 60,000 whole thing, or just some of it?
So you speak, I think there's a misconception here. There were two contracts, two agreements signed. One was originally a feasibility study. That totaled $60,000. That was the original conceptual design. For the, Crossroads Farm site. That was the initial feasibility study that was done in the early 22. And then there was a full contract written for the present design, which was predicated on building on the Crossroads site, but we ended up on the Eric Drive site, and I can explain all of that if you'd like, but the full $60,000 feasibility study has been completed and paid for in full.
Okay, thanks. First, I think that's a reasonable cost, I'm not sure everybody agrees, but yes. We got more than our money's worth, that is my.
Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I hope you can all hear me and check my voice real well. So just to be clear here, we've only spent $60,000 to date, or has it been more?
No, you spent more.
You have a total figure on what that is?
I have that figure. So the
If you know,
total,
Mr. Chairman.
can you answer? That's fine.
You don't have the exact number?
I don't have the exact number.
Would you like that?
I believe it's over.
If you don't have this Representative Pretends, do you have the exact number?
Yeah, so the number that has been spent so far is $1,380,000, $762, 85.
Thank you.
Further questions from the delegation? Further questions from the delegation? Seeing none right at the moment, I'm gonna proceed to those individuals who have, from the public who have indicated if you want to be heard and you haven't filled out one of these slips, please do so. And reach it up to us. So the first person I'm going to recognize is our home mayor, Mayor Carey.
I hope you all can hear me. My loud voice. Thank you for inviting me tonight for me to come, delegation. There's a lot to say, there's a lot that we've thought about, we've been working diligently for something to happen at Riverside Rest Home. Those people that are in Riverside Rest Home are in need of a better place, a better way of life. I mean, some of the things that occur in Riverside, the amount of bathrooms, you know, the sleeping quarters, you know, the staffing, it's tough. They're understaffed. And the building isn't really designed for what is being used today for. And these are the people, our families. These are our grandfathers, our fathers, our friends, anybody in the families. I've had many people that have been in Riverside and no longer are here with us, unfortunately. So one of the things, and I need to make this very clear, this is not a Republican or a Democratic choice. This is a people's choice. This is a choice when you're sitting in these seats that you gotta look at this and say, this is a good plan. This is moving forward. The money is tough. Initially, we built a brand new high school in Dover, and it was like $90 million. And the first year, second year, yeah, we got adjusted to that. And now it's just a flow. We're used to it. And because of that decision and moving forward, we're 10 years into it already, 8 to 10. To pay a bond. And this is what happens. You make a decision, the first year, 2 years, there's that adjustment. And after that, it gets paid. And before the conversation, the building gets done. And in the end of the conversation, you've already paid off 10, 15 years. So, you know, I started really getting involved in this, it's probably 5 years ago in the city of Somersworth, of course, Dover and Rochester. And aggressively, we have had countless meetings with the commissioners, we've talked about this, we've kept our fingers crossed, we've prayed, we said, I hope the delegation understands this. I hope they say to themselves, this is exactly where we need to be. Because the money that comes to the county is also part of what Dover spends, approximately, I think, $7 million. All the cities, the towns, they're assessed. So it's not just you sitting there, it's the whole package of Strafford County. This is what you are looking at, this is what you are deciding. And this is what we all sit here and want to make a better way of life for those people in there. And I don't have all the stats, of course, there's experts behind me, especially Ray Bauer, George McLaren, Bob, all the commissioners. So with that, I'll leave you with that. But I know the city of Dover is totally on board with this. And we talked about this and we keep our fingers crossed. I had December 20th on my calendar, probably with magic marker marked about 10 times, saying, no, we have to have you understand. Again, it's not political. This is something that we need. So with that, I leave you. I thank you very much for asking me to say a few words tonight, and I'll turn it over to the chair.
Thank you, Mayor Carrier.
For the chair.
Yes, ma'am, I'm Representative Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am really pleased to see so many people from the public here tonight because this is an incredibly important issue. I don't know how many people do want to talk. And before we go any further, I wonder if you were considering putting a time limit on how long each person could speak. I know in Concord, we frequently do that as 3 minutes or 5 minutes. To make sure we can hear from everybody.
As you can see, I have approximately. I'm going to announce it as soon as the mayors have had an opportunity. Yes.
Yeah.
This is required by law. This is part of due process. You folks are here because there's going to be a taking. They're gonna be taking your property, your money to pay for the nursing. I would offer to the Mr. Chairman, you ask people to be polite, be current, don't be repetitive. If somebody else has said what you're gonna say, you can get up and say, it's already been said. We can ask you to do that. We can't tell you to do it, but we can ask you. And that's how I would offer that you have the time limit, because these people took their time to come here. And if they want to speak for 2 hours, I'm gonna sit and listen. It's due process. We can't tell them how long they can speak unless you can provide a statute that shows me that. We can't tell them how long to speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Representative. Mayor Carrier.
Good evening, everyone, and I promise I won't filibuster like Jimmy Stewart did and Mr. Smith goes to walk, we can go on and on. Yeah, I've been saying for the last month as someone who's a proponent of term limits and is finishing off his final term,
I don't know how many times I've gotten up and said this will be my last address as mayor of Somersworth, but I'm hoping tonight that actually this will be the last time I'm speaking in a public body as I go off into the sunset and enjoy retiring for a brief period of time, I think. You know, this evening, and again, Mayor Carrier, thank you for saying that. Some of your statements earlier, because we start off at birth and we don't put labels on each other. None. We're just human beings. And we conjugate through elementary school and middle school and high school, or learn the value of working in a team together and solving problems. And then suddenly we divide each other into corners. And we know that's part of life. We know that's part of our democracy, and all of us are in here because we support that. It's when we draw those lines and those differences and huddle into those corners sometimes that things that make sense suddenly don't make sense anymore. Tonight is about empathy and about dignity. We do a really great job, all of us in this room, at protecting those early moments of life through those journeys. And as a society, we just do a terrible job when we reach those golden years that all of us are going to hit. We're not going to avoid it. We are not going to avoid the end of our lives. And how we treat people in their weakest moment, not in their strongest moment, and not how we treat people when we are strongest, it's when we are weakest. And when people are at their weakest moment, that's when we truly are judged. Are judged whether or not we are decent human beings, whether or not we have an understanding of that level, of how we will eventually feel the same things they are. I know I certainly don't think it's a lot to ask to be able to die in a room without pulling a curtain, to be able to live out your golden years, not having to share a bath or rotate or get up at 3 a.m. in the morning because there are 15 other people queued behind you. Yes, we know there is a cost associated with that. We understand that. That's part of being good citizens. That's part of us supporting each other. That's part of us stepping up to the plate and saying, I know that we will eventually be there and that everyone deserves to die, because that's what the nursing home is about. Your final moments. Your final moments on this earth. To be able to die in dignity and with respect. Because the individuals across that street are the ones who built Strafford County, are the ones who built Somersworth and Rochester and all of the great towns that you represent. And I don't think it's a lot to ask for us to be able to support them in those moments. For us to truly reflect that we understand what it's like to be good citizens. So I ask you once again, like I did when I stood before you, reflect hard tonight. Dig deep into your soul and show that you have that level of understanding of what it will be like for all of us when we reach that point of that journey. Do the right thing. I believe in this delegation. I believe in the work that you do. And I know you deliver on the right decision.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, we don't really want applause. That's not. So I don't see the mayor of Rochester here tonight. Is there someone from Rochester speaking on behalf of the city? Seeing none. No. All right. What's that? Oh, okay.
Yes, excuse the joint building committee at 6 o'clock this evening in Rochester.
Okay.
Keep contact with me, so I want to know that.
Okay, thank you. So, I have yes, Representative Senator.
Thank you. Sorry, there's so much going on in the room. I was hoping that perhaps you could ask people if they need to have additional conversations, if they could step out in the hall or do them in some sort of written form. I know I struggle with my own attentiveness, but the side conversations, I keep losing track of the speakers. So if we could ask people to be respectful of those speaking.
I think it's appropriate if you want to have a conversation, step outside.
Thank you, sir.
Please do so, so that we can hear it under these circumstances, which I'm trying, I understand, but we can use courtroom too, but the big turnout requires a larger force. Okay, so I have a sheet, request here from Rice, Anna Rice from Wentworth Douglas Hospital.
Excuse me, Chairman Schmidt, could I get a point of clarification, please? The agenda says there's going to be a presentation about the actual building construction. There's been a presentation. That was it. That wasn't sufficient. How can you say that that was insufficient? All we got out of that is that the man said that we supposedly spent $60,000 and then apparently confirmed we spent over $1 million. That is not a presentation on how this building is going to be constructed.
Or where? He's the architect, so you're gonna have to ask him if you have a specific question.
I'm prepared, I'll go get the board to do a full presentation if you'd like. I wasn't asked to present something to the field. What are we here for?
It says on the agenda, we will present the plans.
So I'm gonna ask Ms. Deanna Rice. Yes.
Here or over there, I think I could speak loud.
The microphones are apparently not working, so you're.
Doesn't matter.
That's as good a place as you're gonna be.
Okay, first I'd like to thank everybody for giving us this opportunity, even though it is legally required. I am a nurse from Wentworth Douglas Hospital. I am the director of care coordination, which means when patients come into the hospital and they can't go home, it's my team that works with them to the next level or to the next journey of their life. So when I came here in 2022, so I'm new to the Strafford County area, but I quickly realized that Riverside is a partner and we needed to be partners to make sure that we were providing for our community members. I very quickly realized that we're missing a subset of availability, not just in the Strafford County, but in New Hampshire. And I am about statistics. The hospital is, as we strategize to see how we can meet the needs of the community. So I am going to just quote a couple because nobody has said it yet. But in 2022, the fall of 2022, there was a community health needs assessment. There were 9 areas identified. The 3 that were striking to me was the idea that we're going to have a growing number of adults, seniors greater than 65 that are going to need long-term care. And guess what? There's not going to be enough access. The other 2 things that struck me was that we currently have a 30% obese population. And I can tell you right now, in the 2 years that I've been here, I have had 5 bariatric patients that have not been accepted anywhere in the state of New Hampshire because nobody has doors wide enough for large wheelchairs, for toilets. Toilets have to be reinforced, they need plumbing. So we are already not meeting the needs of 30% of our population. The third thing was the number of 65-year-olds that are going to increase because they have cognitive disorders or mental health. So we know that COVID-19 pandemic, am I speaking loud enough?
Yes.
We've seen an aftermath. We know for a fact that we have food insecurities throughout our community. What does that mean? People with food insecurities are buying the cheap food. We're going to see obesity increase. We need to make sure that as we increase, that we're making the facilities available that can help take care of these patients. I call them patients because when they come to me, they're patients. The other thing is I can't even tell you, you all know the mental health and those that are cognitively impaired or have dementia, which by the way, isn't just greater than 65 years of age. We're seeing it in 50-year-olds. They need places and safe places to be and stay. they need behavioral health units, which we don't have any. I cannot tell you how many patients have been in the hospital. And when I say the hospital, we're talking about a 16 by 16 room that doesn't have structured activities, because the hospital is not built to make sure that we're taking care of our long-term care patients. The hospital is for those that are acute, that need immediate medical attention. And I'm the one that gets involved when there's nowhere to send them to have that conversation that I'm gonna have to put you out on the street. That doesn't do anything for anybody other than create more of a community issue. We want to be partners, Wentworth Douglas Hospital, with Strafford County. We are in support of the new nursing home, and because of the reasons that I just said. Quick enough? Questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Price. Peggy Carter.
Hi, my name's Peggy Carter. I live at 210 Gulf Road in Dover, New Hampshire. You've all been entrusted with the safety and care of our elderly. The Riverside Rest Home right now, they're trying to do a good job, but the facility is antiquated. If you vote against the nursing home facility, what is your care plan for the people that you represent? We have to house and care for our elderly before this becomes a tragic situation, and they all do need to be treated with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the first name is Sean Levitt. For Levitt, thank you.
Well, I'm a Nova contractor in the area. I'm kind of watching what's been going on with this. We need to take care of our elderly. It needs not to be a fight, Republican, Democrat. We need to take care of them. If somebody's got a better fix for this, let's hear it, but we need to fix it. They need to be taken care of.
Thank you for your remarks. Lorraine Hanson.
Lorraine Hanson of Watson Lane in Rollinsford, New Hampshire. My biggest concern is that if we don't go forward with this project, it's only going to cost more money later. There's no doubt that it's needed for our elderly. At this point, if we can go forward with it now, it will cost less. Plus, we will be able to obtain federal funds, which I'd hate to leave on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Sue Nastasi.
I am Sue Nastasi, 33 Pinecrest Lane in Rollinsford. And to all the New Hampshire state representatives for this Strafford County. This evening's vote for the proposal plan of replacing the current county rest home is critical for correct care and also critical to use the ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan Act, signed into law March 21st, 2021. Your vote to accept the proposal is to support your constituents and in turn comply with Medicare and Medicaid services. Use the ARPA funds. They cannot be delayed. The funds are not the type to put off for another year. Construction costs are not going down. The Strafford County Commissioners have seriously planned the proposed rest home. And now is it up to you, of the Strafford County Delegation, to approve the proposal. This is not a political decision to vote to support your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Rick Perot.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Rick Peralt. I always refer to myself as known as Happy Hunt. 159 Chisholm Hill Road, businesses in Rochester, homes at the lake. I've been blessed, been burning the candle at both ends for 69 years, about 58 of them. I'm in the recreational vehicle industry. I absolutely love to play. But here's what I don't do. I'll share this with you. In the Bible, it says, if you honor your parents, it's going to go well with you. Remember that. But here's what I want to tell you. I appreciate the mayor from Dover coming up and telling us that everybody's going to go. You want to know where you're going to go, and you want to have your bags packed. You're going to celebrate the birth of our Savior. You better have them. If you don't, you're going to pay a big price. Here's what I want to tell you. You're the one that's supposed to take care of you. What we have here is a program, and I came the last time, and we have a guy that got $60,000 for putting the program together. He didn't know he had $1.3 million in when he was going to answer that to a representative. I appreciate we have a representative that actually had the numbers. Here's what I'm going to share with you. You are supposed to take care of you. Go to work like I did. I used to work for other people. I now went to work for myself, and I put together an estate plan for me to take care of me. What we're asking, or you're gonna tell everybody, that everybody in the Strafford County who is gonna go to 65 years old, or is gonna become ill, or is actually gonna meet their end. You don't have to go to the Riverside Rest Home for that. You can put your finances together. Because what you're doing is you're telling me that every single person in Strafford County is gonna go to the Riverside Rest Home. Let me tell you this, there's probably a waiting list on Riverside Rest Home. I don't know if every single bed is filled in there, because you probably don't have staff to do it. But what we have today is you got a $140 million project that you want to do, but you want to borrow $170 million because you know they're not going to go for 120. But I can tell you this, if you go to Carroll County, you've got a $42 million, a $21 million facility did 10 years ago, smaller. Double it every 10 years. This is 10 years later, it's 42 million. Add another 30 million to it, that's 70 million. I gotta tell you, if you've got a delegation that's telling you you're gonna have to spend $170 million to put together a project that's gonna have a mini golf course. Okay, listen, I just took a picture. I can't believe all the stuff that has. Let me tell you this, take that architect, you got $1.3 million, let's get another firm. Tell them you got $70 million. Tell somebody. You got 70, I'll tell you what, $75 million. Everybody say 75, 76 million, say 80 million. Listen, this is not a game and I'm not being funny. What I'm saying to you is tell somebody, you got $80 million. Strafford County, we got $80 million. We want to put this many beds together. Let's put it out to the people that aren't going to be over here called the Portsmouth Leasing Company, a company in Rochester that does all kinds of work that comes to supplemental income. You got $80 million, put it out to the people. Somebody can build you a facility for way less than 170 million. Because that, I gotta tell you, the guy doesn't know he had 1.3 million, doesn't know have any dog in a fight. I don't want to build a facility myself. But I can tell you this, let's get a building company that can do the architectural work, take that guy's 1.3 million out, award an $85 million facility. Nobody thinks like that here? Is the people don't want to do it, or do the commissioners don't get the feathers in their cap or the fluff that they're gonna get? I don't know that, but I can tell you this. Number one is take care of yourself, take care of your own finances, and then take care of the ones you love. Okay, but I can tell you this, $170 million, don't do it. You can get it done for less. You just gotta pay attention and get it done. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Listen, we're not here to demobilize the state stuff about our county commission. That is not right. And I take offense to that, and I'll take an apology anytime soon. To say that fluff was going on, Mr. Chairman, please.
Do I need to speak to this?
Mr. Chairman, please.
Do I need to speak to it, Mr. Chairman, or are we all set?
You satisfied with your remarks?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Remember the Fourth Amendment, sir.
I remember respect, sir. Respect.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You get to.
So it's only respect for some opinions? But not his?
We're not going to get into a raucous shouting match. It's just me. Okay. I would ask that we maintain some decorum. Mr. Peralta, you spoke loudly so we could hear you. Maybe louder than I needed to hear you, but I heard you. Thank you very much for coming and speaking to us. Cynthia Walden.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? We couldn't hear you. Can you repeat the name?
I can, but I think she's stepping up here.
Best I can. All right, so my name is Cynthia Walter. I live at 22 West First Street in Dover. I appreciate the time and effort that has gone on for some years now to get the best possible plan for the most economical use of funds. And I'll speak to that mostly in that emphasis. So I looked at the plans that were presented, made available on county websites and other, public documents, public websites. And I see that this trimmed down plan, the plan's already been trimmed down for the Strafford County home, is as low as we can go. If we want to both save money and save lives in the long run. Ongoing care costs are the real costs that you legislatures should be considering, and I think you're thinking long term. We're not just looking at this amount to build this building, but we all are going to be paying for the staff and the upkeep of a building as long as it's designed and built correctly and not on the cheap. So if those who want to get by with less now, I invite you to please look at this full, real bottom line. If you look ahead, you can see how this building will not only save costs in the long run, but also save lives of our loved ones to the best ability that we can. I worked in several nursing homes for years, and for years and more recently, I have visited my in-laws daily at a couple different homes. And so I know firsthand some, not as much as one of the earlier speakers as a professional, I'm just a low-level worker and a visitor. But I saw painfully how poor quality designs increase the suffering of the patients and the hazards for the staff. And I saw the staff, we lost staff because we couldn't manage the work. So in contrast, a well-designed facility gives the residents, the staff, and visitors a safe place to truly care for each other. And it will also save money. Here's how it can save money. First of all, we've seen definitely concrete plans. Unfortunately, they weren't presented tonight, but there are concrete plans that very, very justifiably show how it will minimize staff numbers. Salaries are a huge part of ongoing costs that we as taxpayers will be paying for decades to come. So fewer staff means they can provide better care because of this better design. There'll be fewer infections and fewer injuries to everyone around. There'll be better accessibility in the rooms and bathrooms, abundant air exchange that we now know is so critical during COVID and the next infection. Using next, that's one thing, it's got to minimize staff numbers. Second, it's going to use in-house expert care. This is going to save a lot of money. Having the facilities in that building do increase the cost of the building, but then we don't have to pay what we're paying now to haul all those people for special care to other facilities. We don't have to put their beds and their care and all those things in those other facilities while we're holding a bed here that's unhoused in our own rest home that we have here in Strafford County. That doesn't make any economic sense. You build this better facility because then you house and you care for everybody in the same building. So we save money there. Third, we've got $15 million on the table now. Some imagine, and some have said in quotes, oh, we can get that money later. If we just don't know tonight, we'll get a better deal some months from now, some time from now, and that 15 million will still be for the rest. No, I don't think so, and that is a huge gamble with my money, because that $15 million is there now. We need it now. So the other persons have said they're thinking about pay now or pay more later, so I won't say anything more about that part. So I wanted to just draw some attention to some numbers that I just pulled off of today's program that are very specific. When I said how this building is going to pay for itself if we get going on it sooner rather than later. For example, let's look at just the multiple millions of dollars in Medicaid bed days. $11 million in the first year, $12 million in the next year, $13 million in the next year. Those Medicaid bed days are real people who need real care. They tried to take care of themselves. They did try to save their money. Not everybody can save money in the same way that other people can because of life circumstances, illness, etc., that strikes them early in their lives. They can't make the income that would give them a comfortable retirement that they could pay for themselves. So they are on Medicaid. That is the human condition that we have to be compassionate about, that they've done their best, but now we have to step in for that time. That Medicaid money is real money that Strafford County would gain if we build the right facility to house people in the right way. So in conclusion, I say that those who are voting for this facility, I applaud your work. Those who might vote against it, please, or thinking about voting against it tonight, please take a second look. Take a second look at your heart, but take a second look at your pocketbook for the future. And know that the money that you're putting into that facility now and the savings that we bring give us more options to do what we want and deserve to do in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Nancy Walker.
Hello, I'm Nancy Botter. I live at 7 Briarwood Lane in Dover. And I want to thank all of you for the hours of time that you put into this project. I am here to ask you to stop being partisan. This isn't a Republican Democrat issue. As Mayor Hilliard said, this is humanity. Let me tell you a story about my parents. My father, my stepfather worked for Bell Labs that became AT&T, that became something else and something else. He worked there his entire life. He retired on a pension, and the pension, when it got bought out, went to here, and then it went to here, and then it went to here. So how does he save when he is diagnosed with stage 4 prostate cancer? When my mother has COPD and congestive heart failure? What did they do? They tried. They did everything they were supposed to do. And they had to get rid of everything so that we could get a VA benefit, so that they could go into assisted living. I bought their groceries. I did all of their driving. I took care of them for decades. They are both gone now. If we had a sufficient nursing home at that time that could take care of my parents and do a better job than I think I did, I think they would have had a very peaceful end of life. And here I am at 64. I have issues of my own. I have an adult son with Down syndrome. We're dealing with all kinds of medical issues in my family. We have our own business. I have been trying to save, as you said, sir, and do the right thing to take care of myself. But you know it's hard. And that's why this country created Medicare and Medicaid for people who just can't get ahead. So I ask you, to dig deep tonight and look into your heart. And if some tragedy hit you tomorrow and you have to end up in a nursing home, would you want to be in the one across the street? I don't think so. As wonderful as the care is that they receive, the staff is doing the best they can. This isn't all about money all the time. That's what's frustrating to me in the community that we live in, Strafford County, Dover, Rochester, all these wonderful cities, is that always gets back to money. And we've lost the fact that we're not talking about dollars and cents, we're talking about lives. We're talking about your parents, your grandparents, you know, when you get old, what's gonna happen to you if tragedy strikes when you're 75? You're gonna be able to go on Medicaid and to go to a wonderful facility. I'm serious. This is something I'm asking all of you to think about. It's not just about the money. It's about people. It's about our family and it's about our community. Thank you.
Chairman Fontenot.
Thank you. I'm not sure I want to follow that. Thank you, Tim Fontenot. A lot of you know me. I had the honor to serve on this committee, this delegation for a number of years. Resident of Rochester, and I'm currently a city councilor in Rochester. So I'm concerned about the nursing home for all of the same reasons that I've heard before me tonight, so I won't repeat all those things. I'm also concerned about tax dollars. You know, I'm a taxpayer in Rochester as well, and serving on the city council, I get to be on the last end of it when the state budget and the county budget comes down to the city budget, and then we mail out the tax bills. And taxpayers call me and say, hey, why did our tax bill go up this year? And I say, well, it was the county or it was the state, you know, it wasn't us. But but I'm concerned about taxes just as you all are. You know, so I've listened to this debate. I was here last year when this debate was going on, and I just have to come here tonight and say, you know, please, again, like I've heard so many people say, not to make it a partisan issue, but to just think about where we're going with this nursing home. I think it's clear in everybody's mind that we need a new nursing home. I believe that. You know, what's happening across the street now is just not sufficient. It's not humane. So if we're able to pull this together, if we're able to just, you know, sharpen our pencils a little bit, whatever we've got to do, vote with your heart tonight. Don't vote with your heart. Vote with your heart and say, if I want my grandparent, my aunt, my uncle, my friend, my neighbor, what facility do I want them to land in?
Thank you. Francis Wilhelm.
It's already been said. I'm delighted, everything's been.
Is that you, Francis?
Yeah.
And I can't quite hear what you're
Declining.
She's declining speaking.
You're declining. You're waiting and said. Okay, well, thank you very much for being here. Max Kittredge. The Honorable Max.
The silver tsunami has brought. I'm 84. I'm a retired state legislator, current selectman in Rochester, where I live. I have lived for 40 years. I earn my living as an electrical contractor. When I look at plans, I look at whether they can work. I look at whether we can afford what seems to me to be a terrible design. And I've worked on designs. One of my first jobs as an electrician was building the Portsmouth Regional Hospital. I know a bit about it. It is not, the major problem for me is this.
We have not done due diligence. We have not gone to the community and say, how many nurses can we actually bring to Rochester? Because we cannot man the nursing home we have right now because of the nursing. I've been to a nursing home up in Carroll County. The design is incredibly different and incredibly less expensive and incredibly better for the people living there. We need to go back to the drawing board. As the one that came off this drawing board is not adequate. It is not efficient, and it is wasteful of money. I say to you, and I mean it, no deal is better than a bad deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Fenton Gruen.
Thank you, Fenton Gruen from Rochester, 75 Chapman Drive in Rochester. Last November, at a very late a few days before I ended my term in the legislature, I voted for proceeding with the plans for this building. I strongly urged that the commissioners involve people from, I know we don't want to make this partisan, but I urge that we involve people from the Democrat and Republican side of this county delegation. To my knowledge, that hasn't been done. And I actually think that probably the last bipartisan act of this was the vote where Representative Kurt Welker and myself voted for the design. I am fully in favor of the nursing home, all the reasons that are given. However, I do not believe this is the most cost-effective nursing home that can be built. I do not believe this is the most cost-effective nursing home that can be built. There's a term called utilitarian. And a lot of us think that's a bad term. But Webster says that utilitarian is, it's designed for the purpose to meet the need that's there. And I think this is way over designed for the need that is there. I'm going to repeat myself from what I said at the public hearing a few weeks ago, because there are state legislators here and there are some of the audience here, but mainly I'm speaking to the state legislators. About 8 years ago, we submitted a response to a request for proposal to the town of Farmington. And they had proposals for a new police and fire station for $4.5 million, $4.6 million, $4.2 million. It was outside of their budget. They said, we need $2.4 million. They did what was said earlier, they set their budget. We built them a new building. I'm not bragging about building construction. What happened there was a budget was set, a building was designed to that budget, and we built that building. Other contractors also could have built that building. That is not a poor quality building. Anybody who has looked at it will know that. Anybody who has talked to the police and fire departments in Farmington will know that. Building costs go up. We're currently building another police and fire station in Bristol. The town of Bristol said we have a $4.6 million budget. We came back to them with our architectural team with a plan that was $4.6 million. We got caught in COVID, as many did. Construction costs went up. It went to $5.5 million. We value engineered it back down to $5 million. They've added a little bit to it. It's $5.1 million for a 20,000 square foot building. It is not poor quality. It meets their needs. It's functional. But it was built to a budget. I think this is a beautiful building. I do not think it is the most cost-effective building to meet the need of Strafford County for a nursing home. I believe it can be done for significantly less. Part of my discouragement here is that there wasn't a broader building committee involved in this. To look at plans, to look at costs. The rooms are 320 square feet. Is that the smallest that is allowed
Yes.
under the Medicare requirements? Is that as small as a single room can be? Square feet is a big room. My mother-in-law spent her last 5 years in a nursing home in Rock Valley, Iowa. It was a 9 by 16 room. She had her bed, she had a recliner next to it, a little table next to the recliner, a little table where 2 people could sit in the other corner, and it was comfortable. Do I think that's big enough for now? No, I think it should probably have been about 12 by 16. Is 320 required? The federal government says it is, and we're going to vote for that funding, that's a different story. But right now, for every square foot of room space, of resident room space, we have 2.5 square feet. In other words, for a 400 square foot room and bathroom, we have over 1,000 square feet of other space in the building. Is that all required? That seems like a lot, and I know that it takes a lot of facilities to serve senior citizens. I repeat, I am in favor of a new nursing home. We need it. I don't believe our current nursing home can be remodeled to meet our current needs. I'll close with this. I'm reminded of the last affordable housing threat that I went to in somewhere in the community here. I will not say where. And we were invited as at the time, a residential contractor. We currently don't build homes anymore. We were invited to come, myself and my son. And we went there and we went through a whole day of planning, of looking at a site, of looking at how we could build affordable houses. And then we started looking at plans, and I started looking at more detail. And there were hardwood floors throughout the home. The vast majority of residents in Strafford County at that time could not afford hardwood floors throughout their home. There were granite countertops throughout, bathrooms, kitchen. The vast majority of residents couldn't afford that. I asked the architect, why is this here? He said, well, these poor people deserve just as much as everybody else. Look, I said, we're building affordable housing. We're building shelter for people. Yes, it needs to be functional. Yes, it needs to be energy efficient. Yes, it needs to be high quality. Look at the design. Look at the design of this building. I wasn't involved in design. I offered to be, and believe me, I'm not offended that I wasn't asked to be involved for the last year, because we have 7 children and 24 grandkids, and they're in 5 states and 1 foreign country, and my wife and I traveled a lot this last year. And I'm actually kind of glad that I did not get reelected to the legislature, because it's been a lot more fun traveling. But it just appears to me that there was not the effort put in to set a budget, build to that budget, and I believe that still can be done, and it still can be done more cost effective. Thank you.
Honorable Kurt Wolford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the delegation. As most of you know, I move that we go forward with this project and appropriate the $6 million that, according to the sheet of paper I just got, is all been spent, but I don't believe it has. In any event, I'm disheartened to stand here. And the reason is because I voted for that, because I thought, A, we absolutely need a new nursing home. No doubt in our minds. And I don't think anybody on either side of the aisle disagrees with that. But which, by the way, is a rabbit trail, I'll just say, I really want people to understand, there's your heart and your head. And the way we talk in this room and in many places, your heart is where you take care of people and your head is where you pay the bills. Well, they have to work together. And it's as simple as that. And it was my hope, just as you heard a moment ago, that by moving this forward with doing due diligence, we would arrive at a place where we could do the best job at the most reasonable cost. And as you also learned, my wife and I just bought a car. We do that the same way we always do when we buy cars. We decide what we want. Then we decide how much we're going to pay. Then we go looking for a car. And if we had followed that procedure here, I'd be saying here at one. But it hasn't been followed, and that's why I'm not applying. I'm saying, no, you haven't done your work well enough. I'm not saying it's bad design. I didn't particularly, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything about the cost. I agree that we should be compassionate and take care for our own. And I pray God that I don't have to be there one. But Mr. Chairman, members of the delegation, those people that are going to be in that nursing home are paying the taxes today. They're going to build that nursing home. And they deserve your consideration as well. And I believe you should follow the more prudent course. Make a plan, make a budget, get her done. Thank you. Thank you. Lou Archibald.
Thank you very much. My name is Lou Archibald, I live in Gunny, Chesley Hill Road. This downspout comes down in the house. The gentleman from the development company. You mentioned before that you had spoken to the people at the rest home about what is needed. Did you speak to the nurses? Did you speak to the day shift nurses, the second shift nurses, midnight shift nurses? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I know you did. Those are the people in the trenches running from one end of the building to the other to take care of them. You must have spoken to another bunch downstairs. That's what I'm saying. You didn't talk to the bread and butter of the facility, the ones that have to monitor everything. Did you talk to activities? You did? Why? What did they tell you they wanted? You don't know. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why, because when COVID, you like it? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna tell you, after COVID ended, my wife has been there for 9 years now. I trust the staff to no end, and I love these people who work and take care of my wife. I started going back into the facility. The people were lined up from one end of the unit to the other end. What I'm saying is, the nurse's station is right here. The hallway goes down this way to the dining area, and this way down to another section. So you've got 2 units up there, both comprised of the same way. And where I'm going with this is that I went downstairs after I was up there a while because there was nobody to prepare drinks or anything like that.
I took it upon myself to prepare drinks, pass out fluids when they finally came in, when staff was available to monitor. I watched for a while until I went downstairs and asked activities, can you please come up there and just sit in the dining area so people can be brought in? Well, we're busy doing things. You know, we're in training while somebody's sitting there painting a stone. This is where I'm having a problem with it. Physical therapy, people come up and help all the time. The feed and other things. Now, what I'm asking for here is the county delegation is responsible for signing off all the county funding. Is that right? That's correct. Once this is accomplished, the county commissioners are free to distribute this money in any manner they please. This is also right. I've seen the futility of some of the delegation trying to figure out where the money came from and where did it go. You'd likely need a tracking device on each single dollar to keep track of where these hands went everywhere. Well, this came from there, this came from here. Personally, I can't seldom speak without having to wave my arms all over either. Should I put my hands in my pockets, I'll find myself speechless. Watching the ongoing banter between who says what to whom and from where the funds miraculously popped up is overwhelming. I know this is allegedly all legal and this is the price we must pay for this, you know, for getting things done. But what if members of the state delegation proposed a system based on establishing a formal timeline process? That is, all approved funds to include county, state, federal grants are front-end loaded into a hopper of sorts. If the county finds overages and in their bookkeeping and they want to transfer it there, it must be rationally accounted for and dumped into the hopper at the beginning of this, what was I just saying, the timeline. And then the basic idea from the timeline is that the line goes out and every time money is used, it's accounted for. An Air Force colonel, when I was in Pease, in the division, completed Pose and Pease Air Force Base using this system only in reverse. He listed all the assets from all the units, the aircraft to the IBM typewriter, that were no longer needed and were deleted systematically. It accounted for every item in the inventory from the last IBM selector to the last aircraft and all the support equipment leaving the installation for others. Not like Benghazi. It went flawlessly. He actually rolled a spreadsheet down a packed theater and showed the completed process to the unit personnel. They were shocked that they had been a part of doing something like this. My reasoning as a citizen for wanting such a system was when I heard basically what goes on here, that a paramour was employed at the sheriff's department and was told the sheriff could employ anyone he wanted. If the saving grace in all of this was, hey, we came in under budget. It's almost like me being a married man. I've been married 55 years. I didn't use this ploy on my wife. Honey, you still got a new vacuum cleaner, didn't you? Even though if I did something wrong, right? Establish a timeline for this project. When questions arise regarding basically anything, the timeline exposes when it was taken out of the front end hopper and used. This day, we use this much money, and boom, that's what you've got. The other question I have for the county delegation, was this county delegation, did this county delegation decide that the fuel from waste management would be piped to UNH? Is this something the delegation had to vote on?
It did, no.
Okay.
So my question is, why is it like 26 miles? Reserve, it's 75% of their energy wants. I'm not saying needs.
Can you speak to the issue with?
Well, what I'm getting at is the fuel. We want solar panels, and what I'm coming from is, as a county delegation or whatever, we could basically throw Ed Seagull from waste management to the land here, right, in Strafford County complex, and use that fuel for fueling the building, any building you might decide you want to build. You're not taking that into account. You right across the way here, you got free fuel, but it's in perpetuity that UNH will get all the fuel that it's ever created. This is wrong. You guys need to put some pressure on somebody as delegates and people who go to conference. Yeah, it needs to be taken care of. That's about all I have to say, but I just wanted to tell you, sir, yeah, people are working hard to get things done over there. But there's very little that can be done, on their own. They don't have the manpower. And, there's a lack of enthusiasm for helping them.
Information.
Honorable Steve votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the delegation for coming here tonight. It's impressive to see a completely full house. Thankfully, we have one delegate missing. So that's excellent. Great turnout. Appreciate everybody's commitment. Having served 4 terms, I know the sacrifices you made in being here tonight and listening to people and taking your time and effort to consider what we're endeavoring on here. So we've heard a number of people speak, and most have spoken about the need for a new nursing home. I think if you took a straw poll tonight amongst the delegation, it would be nearly unanimous that we need a new nursing home. That's not what's at question here. What's at question is the price of this nursing home. So if you qualified that statement and said, do we need a new nursing home at $170 million? I'm not convinced you get the almost unanimous vote that you get just asking if we need a new nursing home. In fact, I'd be surprised if it was the 2/3 needed to pass it. The price tag is simply too high. Friends of mine are delegates, and they toured the Carroll County Nursing Home. They were impressed. They said it looked like a condominium complex. The rooms were gorgeous, the facility was nice, the people were comfortable. That was built for under $22 million 10 years ago, as others have said. So 75, 80 million bucks, we can build a nursing home twice the size of theirs that will meet the needs of our constituents and clock it $90 million, $80 million, whatever it is. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. The interest on $170 million is $77 million, 1 year, 4%. The interest on $60 million is only $27 million. There's a huge difference. There's enough there savings on the $77 million to pay for the entire facility if it's done under budget. Yeah. So, think about this. We can scale this back. We don't need to have the very nicest nursing home in the entire state of New Hampshire, public or private. We need to have a nursing home that meets the needs of the less fortunate of Strafford County that can't afford to go into private nursing care facility. That's what we're supposed to do. We got to give them a safe, clean, comfortable place with good medical care. This is what our goal should be. If we can achieve that goal, and we can do it at a far more reasonable price than the $170 million price tag that's on this project. Furthermore, there was a building committee formed. My understanding is they met twice in the last year. I don't know if that's 100% true, but really, twice to look at a $170 million project? Come on, they should have been meeting at least month for this. And it should have encompassed public hearings where the people got an opportunity to see the plans and see what's being proposed, look at the rough numbers and say, is this something you really want to do? Maybe they could have gone back to the architect and said, yeah, you know, public perception is, this is too much money. We need to scale this back. Can we come in with something more affordable, more feasible? This is the approach we should be using here. I say, turn this down, Tim. Send it back to the drawing. Let's redraw this. Let's come back in with an $80 million budget, say, go to the architect or a new architect and say, we want to do this. Call up Carroll County, call their architect up. We'll buy your plans from you. We'll double the height of it. Boom, there you go. You got your 208 rooms, 215 rooms. The plans are drawn. You probably can get them for next to nothing. I mean, there's solutions here. I was told it took them less than 2 years to build that facility. 2 years. So if we have the plans right now, we could break ground tomorrow. We'd have that facility open 2 years. All turnkey. We already got the land. We got everything we need right here on Strafford Town. Let's move forward. I urge the delegation to reject this $170 million ridiculous budget. Thank you.
Susan Rice.
Good evening, Susan Wright, 10 Rod Road in Rochester, and I'm also a business owner on North Main Street in Rochester, right across or diagonally across from the building that the construction company is building.
Mrs. Rice.
Can you yell?
I believe, excuse me?
Need to speak up.
You're not getting up
Try
here.
to be as loud as I can. It's not my fault that we spend millions of dollars and we can't have a microphone for the public to use.
Well, you can keep speaking at that level, and if you're not being heard up here by half the delegation, then you might as well sit down. Don't be rude.
Maybe,
You know what?
maybe we'll get up a little bit in the middle of here, so it would be easy to do.
Can you hear it, Peter?
This
What
comes.
I'm trying to accomplish is that we can hear what she's saying. I can just ignore her, but I'm trying to hear what she has to say.
I dare you to ignore me, Chairman.
Now I can hear you. You can say what
You want me to scream more? I will scream more. I have several pages to read and I can scream at the top of my lungs. I was here last year. I was here 2 weeks ago. I am still getting over the rotten cold I had 2 weeks ago. So I really enjoy screaming at the top of my lungs. But if that is what I need to do to pacify you, I will do it. I believe the one common denominator, take it away. I'm sorry, ladies in front of me, but this is what I need to do. Take it away from the last meeting that was, yes, the nursing home is in horrible shape. However, that does not happen overnight, and Bauer needs to step up and take the responsibility. He was handed this building over 30 years ago. Several construction projects later, as our nursing home sits, seems to have been neglected. Was Mr. Bauer just a spectator? I am not one to cry over spilled milk. I will let you know how I feel, but I will also push up the sleeves and try to solve the short-term problem. Let's face it, as Mr. Bowden just said, we have probably 2 years, and I'm predicting about 5 years before we have a new facility. Before this new building, if approved, will be ready. In the short term, 6 to 12 months, what can be done for air quality? Part of me is thinking this is an excuse as inspections are conducted to ensure various health code compliances. As to my concerns relative to the lack of transparency within this process, a recent review of minutes of the commissioners' meetings online was extremely hard to follow, since 80+ days have lapsed without the posting of recent minutes, equals to about 12 sets of minutes during that time frame. The delegation made it quite clear a year ago that the scope and scale of the original proposal was not palatable. This latest proposal is far from scaled back. It was a disappointment
appointment, and as the figures are revealed for the amount of money spent already, thank you, Ms. Potenza. And yes, I do understand the bulk of the money for surveying, wetland, and soil surveys and engineering is critical info and will continue to be utilized. I feel as a taxpayer, we were all screwed on the actual building plans. Bids from several companies were in fact received, and yet we continue to go to the same contractor. Why? Why was a motion made to table opening bids by Rolo? More importantly to me is the lack of outreach by our county commissioners and administrator. In August of 2022, under the cloak of deception of the Rochester City Council and its mayor, who couldn't even show up tonight, it was not on an agenda as an agenda item, and they all pranced in this glorious proposal. This year, we were not even afforded this common courtesy. I might not have much of an education, but I have spent a lifetime in government and its functions. Appalling to me is that I have not heard one proposal of the proposed tax increase this will have on each of our 13 communities. I grew up in a very small town in a formative school district. Every nickel and dime was scrutinized in both town and school budgets, and the proposed tax impact was always part of the presentation. Various funding sources, such as the length of term and rate, were provided, from the most competitive to the most outrageous. We, the people, had a general perception of the impact. We have had none. I'm not only a concern with Rochester, but I'm also concerned with Milton. I have the honor of living in the one ward of the city of Rochester where I do not have a dedicated rep, but I share a rep with the great town of Milton. So I'm going to take the entitlement of ranting on their behalf, along with the many smaller towns of our county. Milton suffered, as it is my understanding, a 20% county assessment increase last year, which forced a little financial panic within the community. They are our neighbors, they are our friends, they are our family. With 1 in 6 families not being able to afford utilities, 60% living paycheck to paycheck, unhoused at critical levels, food prices being unbelievable, and the world in a mess, I think we can put off a fancy atrium, a dog park, a child care center, and a gardening area, and as my friend Mr. Brault said, a golf course, and give the residents exactly what they need, the decent and affordable care that they need. Another curious statement that keeps popping up is quote-unquote bringing in business from outside as patient services for Medicaid and Medicare. Once again, where is the financial backup of this being profitable, and are we overstepping onto the toes of private businesses and agencies who provide these services? With that said, how much of this building is actual overbuilding to accommodate those services? Will the people providing these services be county employees, thus increasing costs here? I already know how Barbara will defend this, using the jail argument of being self-sustaining. However, one could look at it in that scenario as double dipping. If it is an out-of-state county prisoner, the state pays the county for the services rendered, like it, for the room and meals. And then that prisoner is employed by the laundry services, which the county gets paid for. Look into the contracts the county has with the service. I understand there might be a few other entrepreneurial businesses going on. Honestly, I don't have the time to look into that issue, but I would rather they spend time contributing to society than sitting in a jail cell. However, the elderly is in our care, and there for exactly that, not employment or to repay debt to society. Now, I'm gonna have a little fun. In halls of power where decisions are sown, taxes levied a burden we know. Uncle Sam dances with our hard-earned greens, leaving citizens wondering what it means. Nursing homes echo with tales untold, where the elderly stories quietly unfold. A tax-funded dance a complex rhyme, as coffins fill, 1 penny at a time. Government claims its rightful due,
yet pockets thin as bills accrue. Nursing homes whisper, we're in the mix. Give us a budget that is not just tricks. What is next? Taxing the sunrise? You already taxed the trees, and let us run a business and collect up all the fees. Yes, the government can't do it. I think the practical common sense is needed. Let's take a chapter and lesson from our good friends from Carroll County and look at what they did for a fraction of the cost. Thank you, and I hope that you heard me.
Chris Price.
Would you like my speech? Because I'd like it to be part of the record.
I would treasure the moment.
This is what, the third one that I passed in over the last 2 years?
Good evening, delegates, commissioners. Some of you may recognize the same last name as the previous speaker. Yes, we are related, however, we share somewhat different views on a lot of issues. It makes for a very interesting Thanksgiving or Christmas celebration. We do sell tickets from time to time, so if you want, we just ask that you bring roast beef and beer. We'll be good. Couple things that I'd like to point out before I get into my remarks. As sitting here for nearly an hour and a half now, listening to testimony and looking at both sides of the room, I can clearly see the Democrats on this side, the Republicans are on this side.
No, Petrie.
We're getting a lot of good remarks from the communities that are here. What's disturbing to me is I'm looking at this side and every time someone's speaking, except for right now, you're on your phones, you're texting someone, you're emailing someone, you're talking to someone. I look over at this side and they're staring at me. Let's pay better attention in our communities to the people that are here tonight. I'm not home with my family. I'm not home watching Jeopardy. I'm here speaking my mind. So that's my first point. My second point that I'd like to bring up is going through the financials and all the documents that you guys have posted is great. You're being transparent, but it's not enough. We hear from the smaller communities. I read the Warren articles where it says, this will raise your taxes by 0.02 cents per thousand. I want to know how much this project is going to raise our taxes per thousand. So that way I can look at my valuation and I can adjust my bills. Because as former Representative Fontenot and City Councilor Fontenot says, when I served as a city councilor, I got those phone calls. Why are my taxes going up? It's disheartening when I have to say, well, it's because of the county or it's because of the state. I worked hard to keep Rochester's taxes low, but I can't help what the legislature has done, or the governor and the executive council have done, or you as the delegation have done for county taxes. So at least give us the due respect to say, hey, Rochester, this is gonna be your bill. And then I can say, okay, how does this factor into my plan? Because I don't know if you read the news, we got our tax bills the other day. Merry Christmas. Here's your tax bill. Oh, and by the way, that $170 million nursing home that you're paying for, it's in there. A couple days before Christmas. Thank God I don't have kids, but I know people that do. Well, that sucks. You're not gonna be able to buy Christmas presents or that ham for Christmas dinner this year because you gotta pay your tax bill. And if you don't, the tax bill comes out and your house gets taken. And it's a cyclic problem over and over and over again. My last point that I'd like to bring up, or one of my last points that I'd like to bring up is what is going to happen come a day, not the day. I'm not saying that this will happen, but come a day. It might happen. What is your plan to reassure me as a former city councilor, but a resident of Rochester, that if something happens with your budget, you're not going to come back on me and say, hey, we need an extra $10 million to pay for this $170 million bond because we're bankrupt.
What are you gonna do to protect my interests in the city of Rochester? So if I don't look at my city councilor, Fontenot, or Mr. Bowden, or anybody else, and they say, hey, guess what? We have to close the Gonic Fire Station because we can't afford to pay for the firefighters to put in that fire station because they cost too much money because we have to pay the county their taxes for this nursing home, excuse me. We're all sitting here saying we agree we need a nursing home, but do we need a 5-story waterfall? Do we need a child care center? Which, by the way, in this plan, I didn't see anything about how it's gonna be funded, how many teachers there are, how many students there are gonna be in there. I didn't see a single thing about that in this plan. But we have it in this building. 5-story waterfall, golf course, farmer's garden. Great, this is all wonderful. But these are things that we as a community could come together and say, we don't need that. Let's buy a bus instead and take them down to Hilltop Fun Center and put them out on a mini golf course. I'm not trying to make a joke, people. I'm trying to think of a realistic solution that supports a private business that is struggling in this economy. Bring that bus to the local farmers market. Give them, most of these people are veterans. Hook them up with vouchers for veterans that I support. I go out there and I stand at the flags up in Rochester every year. Give them the vouchers to go to the farmers markets to buy their fresh fruits and vegetables. That's a public-private partnership that works. We don't need to be spending $170 million on building a garden and a waterfall and a mini golf course and putting in a barber shop and a hairdresser. When we could spend $40,000 and buy a bus. Sounds like a lot better plan to me. And it supports local business. I guarantee you, if I search every single one of your Facebook pages or campaign websites or looked at a newsletter you may have sent out, I guarantee you the majority of this council right here is gonna say that they support local business. Why are we not supporting local business in this sense? Geez, thank you for taking the time to hear us all out. I know we get a little bit passionate, but this is what good government is. This is hearing each other and the problems and the solutions and listening to the public. So I want to say thank you and have a great night.
Peter Potenza.
Evening, Peter Potenza, Rochester. Hope everyone, this is part of the 1.3 million, it's a beautiful book. You already bought these, take one, bring it home.
Can we get a sign?
Right. No one is saying that we shouldn't take care of the elderly. No one is saying that. What I would say is, shame to the politicians that have been around long enough. That, I know he's walking out from there that was, giving all these fallacies, electioneering about how we need to take care of everybody. Well, you know what? Shame on you for not spending money years ago to take care of that current facility. Shame on you, okay? Now, you think this is a nice building? Take a deep breath and look up. When I walk into any building, I look up at every supply register. See all that disgust there? That's dust, that's combustion, that's nasty. So is that what we're gonna do with every other building that the city owns? Because we don't take care of it? New rooftop, $25,000, $30,000, $10,000 for a crane to put up on the roof. Let's just keep on spending money. Okay? So let's be real. The public sector should not be in the business of building a building. It should be done by private people that want to save money on how to do it. Okay, there should have been, you talked about, there should have been a building commission that met they only met one or two times. There should have been a project timeline. There should have been milestones. There should have been a lot of stuff done before we got to this point. And $170 million is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. There should be people have talked about value engineering. It's time to value engineer. And I know the architect knows all about value engineering, because you can bring this down to $70 million, $80 million, not whatever, pick a number, okay? But, and then you take out the funds that are gonna come from the government, 15 million, that's great. So you can take 85 million, bring it down to, I don't know what, let's do some math, 70 million, wow, that's a better bond, right, to do that. You know, I took the time to read through this, I'm not sure if anyone did. But you know, we're rushing, why is everyone trying to rush? Why was this rushed? Because if you go through Miller Engineering, okay, they're part of the project. And you read through. Final existing condition plans and civil engineering design had not been completed at the time that the report was prepared. So we have to spend some more money. Groundwater was encountered in most of the site test borings. I think it is these past few days. They took these borings back in September. I think it was the past few days. We installed 2 groundwater observation wells to provide groundwater levels under stabilized conditions, which are summarized in the table below. On September 1st, they encountered water in one of the borings at 4 feet. On September 6th, they encountered water at 3 feet. Oh, you want to put a basement in? Really? And then you want a 5-story elevator? Well, where does an elevator go? Where does it go? How far down? So what are you gonna do? Constantly de-water. And are you gonna have a piston type elevator? Well, where's the piston go? Get a drill rig, drill it down, de-water. Come on, people. Use your heads. Let's keep going. Final settlement analysis should be performed once the FF&E and structural loads have been determined. Oh, so the structural engineer isn't even done yet. He's not even done because guess what? The plans aren't done. $170 million and the plans aren't done. So guess what happens? Change order. Does everyone understand what a change order is? We have a contract, change order, more money, jack it up. I said it before at the last meeting. Do people remember the big dig? There was a contract amount, and then all of a sudden, it just skyrocketed because everyone wants their take. Due to the impermeable nature of the soils that will form the subgrade and the depth of the groundwater level, it is our opinion that the building should be constructed with perimeter foundation drains, vapor barrier. At this time, it is also our opinion that the subslab drains are necessary beneath the basement level floor based on geotechnical considerations. So we're gonna have a river running under the basement. Fantastic. Again, great stuff. Let's keep going. Dewatering runoff. We anticipate that groundwater will be encountered during foundation and building construction. More good stuff. Subgrade soils that become unstable should be undercut, replaced with structural fill or crushed stone as necessary, which is pretty standard practice, but I just want to point that out. Engineered fills could be required to achieve design grades in several areas of the proposed site development. Silty soils that have excessive moisture content will not be suitable for reuse as fill and may need to be exported from the site. More money spent. Again, this isn't part of the house, people. This isn't in the 170 million. So keep on jacking it up. Change order, keep on handing me money. This report was prepared without the benefit of final civil engineer designs, right? This report was prepared without the final structure. Fantastic. Groundwater levels should be measured in the mooring wells installed during the elevation at monthly intervals until the final design has been completed. Do we have a final design?
No.
They're monitoring, but yeah, no final design. This is the best part. A qualified geotechnical engineer should be retained to provide engineering services during the excavation and construction phases of this project. This will become particularly important relative to excavation of unsuitable materials and the placement and compaction of engineered fills. This will also allow for design changes in the event that subsurface conditions differ from those anticipated prior to the start of construction. We have a site out there that we have no clue what's out there. Okay, we did some borings. They are telling you what's gonna happen. Lastly, we recommend that we be retained to assist in the preparation of the project earthwork specifications and to review final design plans, specifications, and design submittals. Again, that is not in the 170 million people. They're telling you there are issues. There are issues with that site. But we want to just plow through and just spend the money. This isn't about taking care of people. Actually, it is about taking care of, it's about taking care of every person that lives in the community of Strafford County, including the people that are in that nursing building. Again, you're back there. Shame on every politician that didn't take care of that building years ago when they had the opportunity to make it safe one. Because there are ways to do things at an existing building. Like this building, clean it. Go in there and clean it, add some ductless. You want air conditioning, you can do that very quickly, inexpensive. You can put air changes in there, but yet we don't want to spend a dime over it. We want people to keep suffering over there because we want to push this thing through. 170 million. People are crazy, honestly. Get some real people that know what they're doing. Put some value engineering in there. Forget about plan and spec. Do a design build with a contract top dollar number, okay? This is our budget, 80 million, 90 million. This is what we need, and put it out to bid. And guess what? That GC is in charge of architecture, civil engineering, everything. You name it, it's in the number. There's ways to do it. Talk to the right people. Thank you.
Mike Blair.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? My name is Mike Glenn. I'm a resident of Durham. I'm a retired healthcare executive and was a licensed nursing home administrator for 25 years. In addition to having been administrator of several nursing homes, I also held roles as a multi-facility operator. Once for a for-profit corporation, large chain, and once for nonprofit, Catholic Charity in New Hampshire, that I was very proud to serve for a number of years, most recently. I've been responsible for that role. Most recently, I've been responsible for 8 nursing homes, a couple of assisted living facilities, 3 independent living facilities, and also a home care program. So I've sort of seen the gamut. I can't hear them.
Sir, could you speak just a little louder if you could?
Sure. I was just saying that I have responsibility for both nursing home, assisted living, independent living, and home care. So I've seen the whole gamut of senior care. I completely.
Do you want to move up?
Let's try it from a different spot, because these people can't really hear you. You want to try from over here, and you don't have to shriek at us.
You can pull a Susan Rice.
Central, can you hear me okay now?
See if you can elevate your voice just a bit.
I know.
Okay, I'll try and speak loud. First of all, I completely respect George Barrett's and Ray Bowers. I've worked with George on a number of different occasions, legislative issues in the past. And I've shared the gist of some of my comments that I'm making tonight with Ray. And I have corresponded back and forth with him, so he's engaged in that. To be clear, if the county is to remain as a nursing home provider, I oppose support building a new nursing home. Much better idea than trying to renovate an existing home, which you can talk about. The standards of care for nursing home care have changed for over 50 years since the last facility was built. Further, the principles of care delivery have also changed. Today, it is expected that nursing home care will be delivered in a home-like setting as possible, centered around resident needs. This is much different than what has been an institutional medical model of care, where facility operations were dominant and the physical environment was basically modeled after hospitals. The resident-centered care concept is promoted by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, who basically underwrite much of the cost of healthcare in this country, and most providers today. The county residents deserve the best care delivery mechanisms that are available today, particularly if it doesn't cost anymore and may cost less. Unfortunately, and be no disrespect to what people that are sitting here, I don't think professionally that the design that has been put forward on November 15th is the standard of care today. I think it falls very short of today's best thinking and design of nursing home. People have talked about, some people have visited the Carroll County Home. That is a resident-centered care, small house concept. That concept is applied both in vertical stack, multi-story buildings, as well as in spread out facilities like Carroll County. There's examples around and seen multi-story, if you need a multi-story here on this property. In Boston, not very far away. The medical model is basically an institutional level, is where the focal point, literally, in this case, is a large central nursing station on each floor with fairly large institutional dining rooms. It does have private resident rooms and baths. I know some people have been critical about the size of those, but that is the only way to go today. There's really no other alternatives. And I'm going to leap forward from where people are at today. I also believe, unfortunately, that the six-spoke, hub-and-spoke layout may ultimately be detrimental to care due to the long travel distances between adjoining corridors and service areas such as clean and soiled linen. I provided reference sources of a couple of different things for some of the delegation members, showing this concept and specific examples. The VA system, which is about the most institutional type entity that there is in healthcare in this country today, has detailed design manual that fully endorses resident-centered care and the small house concept. That is what the VA system is doing today. This is where pods of 10 to 12 resident rooms, like the Carroll County one, create a household with its own dining and gathering space. And this is not a niche idea. This is where a lot of new nursing home construction is done. Unfortunately, a lot of people can't afford to build nursing homes. You might be able. Also, the facilities guidelines, which the architects be very well aware of, and certainly are, publishes a whole book on nursing home design that specifically addresses resident-centered small house concepts. In that, it specifically suggests that this model of care may be more space efficient than institutional models requiring less total square footage. And if you want to see a facility like this, you can go down to Boston, to the Leonard Florence Center in Chelsea. It's a multi-story, 120-bed facility on this concept. It's been in this 10 years. There's a lot of specialized care. I would like to note, there's also a number of other design elements in the November 15th project that use considerably more space than typical and could be reduced without impacting resident care and quality of life. A number of speakers who are not necessarily professionals have sort of got this by intuition, and I will tell you as a professional, I completely agree. There's a lot of spacing that has been plugged in and not needed, and it's just, it wouldn't be necessary. If I had 3 drawing boards to just do it myself, we would put that much space in. Regarding future demand for nursing homes, one thing I want to point out here, some of the premise on this is that, because the population over 65 is going to double in 20 or 30 years, that we've got to build something bigger and have capacity for expansion. And I just want to caution you, over 65 population is not the issue. The over 75 population is the issue. Most of the residents in nursing homes are in their 80s. The suggestion has been made that a new facility should be expandable or have space built in. And I will tell you, from years of study of nursing home utilization, future needs are much more complex than just looking at 65+ population. There are multiple factors that impact nursing home utilization in the future, and they have been reducing the rate of utilization for some time. Will continue to do so. Look at that census data that is in Lori Shibinette's revenue projection. And I'm sure it's in your other. The census has been declining since 2012, well before COVID. 2018, 2019 census from calendar years before COVID really got to do the thing. We're 187, 185. There's no way in my mind to be more than 50 beds. And if you need to trim a few beds to make the project palatable, expense-wise, I think you can do that also. I think it can be looked at. Some of the factors, just so you know, I'm not blowing smoke here, that impact the nursing home utilization rate that are very key. There's increased available alternative settings. You know, there's more assisted living facilities around, there's independent living settings around. There are independent assisted senior housing. There's a great example right here in Dover, Mass Landing, which I've talked about with the legislators about. Go take a look. Greater preference for home care services. Everybody wants to take care of their home. Medical advances, less invasive surgeries. The length of stay in hospital is going down. Representative from Douglas here, I'm sure she will recognize that. Pharmaceutical advances that dramatically reduce the future impact of numerous diseases, cancer, arthritis, for example. Though Representative from Douglas is still here, she talked about the obesity issue. Yep, it is. And what has happened in the last year with a couple of the obesity drugs that has become quite effective. That's just sort of tickling the surface of that something. There are all kinds of things that happen in the next few years that will change the long-term needs. I'm not saying it's going to be less in the end. If double the population, it may be an impact, but it could be a lot less than what you think. Technology advances allow people to stay home and be monitored securely. And public policy changes. Supposing, I'm not going to say supposing, the federal government at some point actually includes funding for home care. That would change the ballgame dramatically. My point is that while there very well may be an increase in nursing home beds in the future, it's not a run. Since the Riverside and many other nursing homes were significantly reduced by the COVID epidemic, and it is still somewhat unclear how that epidemic will impact future overall demand for nursing homes. I will point out that if you build a new nursing facility, all 5 rooms, it will likely draw from the private nursing homes because many of them have semi-private rooms. So it will be a draw card. However, it will not impact the overall nursing home utilization rate in the county. I don't think this process has been done in a diligent manner. And I know people just sort of their heart just say, yes, we just want to endorse it. This is not a great model of governing boards after folks. And I'm telling you, that with all due respect, the architects and people involved in this part, I think you can do better if you expand your horizon a little bit, and you may actually be able to do better at less cost because your total square footage can be reduced. Last thing to just touch on. If the county wants to look for alternative ideas for the future, there's some really interesting things out there. I know George Glass has mentioned the PACE program before, program for all-inclusive care for the elderly. Very neat little program, mostly done in urban settings. It's really interesting. I looked at it also. Didn't think it's feasible in New Hampshire. But if you look at an organization that's like built the Mass Landing in Dover, which is a not-for-profit entity, they get funding. The people that live in that facility have dining services. There's home care that comes in and makes the rounds there independently. And there's other support services they have. They pay a third of their income. It's very affordable. That is an alternative to some for what would be the beginning stage of assisted living. You might think about in the future that if you didn't build all the nursing home bed licenses that you have here, maybe you hold back some of those. And maybe at some point in the future, in 5 or 10 years, if the demand really is showing the need, that you look at another place in the county, maybe a little further north, where you could have an outside nonprofit, build a supported independent living, build a county assisted living, a small one next to a small county nursing facility, and you have a great mix of one campus. And in doing that, you might also serve the needs of your residents further north than where the current facility is. And you obviously, for all this land out here, a lot of people seem too usable. So those are just some thoughts. And to really get into this thing, I just have to say that for someone who's done a lot of healthcare construction projects, both new and renovation, I'm not impressed with the way this process has gone so far. And I really think that as much as some people might say, oh, I'm broken my heart right now to endorse this, I think it needs a major review before you go forward. That's my honest opinion. Thank you.
One more. Renata enough.
Evening and thank you. I want to say that the cost of this proposed nursing home is so over the top that I don't even know where to begin. This project has picked up the nickname.
Ms. Gamache, this is not gonna work.
Talk louder. Is this better? Pull a Susan.
Better.
Move up front.
Thank you, man.
Pull.
Why don't you stand right behind him so he can hear you? Is this better?
That's better.
Better, okay, thank you.
Better than,
Can you hear?
better.
Can you hear?
Yeah,
Okay,
why don't you keep your voice up, we'll hear you.
A little louder.
thank you. The cost of this proposed nursing home is so over the top that I don't even know where to begin. This project has picked up the nickname as the Taj Mahal Nursing Home. We don't need a Taj Mahal in Strafford County. I am not saying we don't need a nursing home, we just don't need the Taj Mahal. One of the items in this design that has piqued my curiosity is the 45,000 square foot rooftop solar array. How much is that going to cost? What is the cost to build it, maintain it, clean it, and then monitor it while it's operating? Then there are future costs. The roof repairs if needed, and the solar panel repairs. A typical inverter for a photovoltaic installation will last between 10 and 15 years and will need to be replaced at some point during the lifetime of the solar panels. Life expectancy of solar panels is about 25 to 30 years. So that means the inverters will need to be replaced 2 times during the life of the solar system. Who is going to pay for this? A study by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory found that on average, solar panel output fails by 0.8% each year. So based on this degradation rate in 2 years, in year number 2, the panels are no longer operating at 100%. And then they go down another 0.8% each year. How is this even economical? What is the cost of this solar system? I have not seen it anywhere. And how much does this add to the $170 million already being proposed? And as we all know, building costs are affected by the complexity of the design. A square or rectangle building with 4 corners will cost less to build than one with many corners. I counted 158 corners on the lower level program design. This is ridiculous. This is a public nursing home. It is irresponsible to ask taxpayers to fund this project. People are struggling to make ends meet. Taxation for this project would be a hardship for the citizens of Strafford County. Go back to the drawing board and come up with a proposal for a square or rectangle building costing around $60–70 million. These square buildings can be well designed also. What disturbs me is what I'm hearing about the current nursing home. How could the county have let it get to such a state of disrepair? It is reprehensible. We sit here and I've heard people talk about the quality of life, empathy and dignity and respect for our elders. But yet we let this existing nursing home get to this point that we are now talking about $170 million. This is ridiculous. As a concerned taxpaying citizen, I am calling on you to do the responsible thing and not move forward with this boondoggle of a project. Build a practical building. We don't need a Taj Mahal nursing home in Strafford County. Thank you for your time.
5-minute recess.
Right now, we're doing a training with another agency on departments, how to look for departments, what to look for, and where cartels and narcos like to hide their narcotics at. So right now, I'm just looking in the seats. There's a pretty big factory void right here that they can use for a lot of things. Between the seat and the frame itself, there are many natural voids within that car, and we're not the only ones that know this. The cartels. Okay. A ver qué Clara. Okay, so a ver, compre, parece compartir dinero que traiga. Just looking for stuff that might be loose or like fingerprints, but all this looks pretty dirty, so let's doesn't look like damage with too much. Sometimes you see stuff like this, it's like, why is this so easy to pull off? But it's just, it makes you look a little bit extra. Back here too, this is so easy to pull off. Why?
Somebody's unmuted.
You're trying to look for.
I muted them, they can probably unmute again if they want. Somebody else line? They don't have to be showing. No, where is it coming from? I got online. Online. What is that person that's got his fingers on his screen?
We need
She is. Okay, so here's what we're waiting for the clerk to return from home. But we're we've had the public hearing, and we're taking care of all the closet. Usually I will start to do that, waiting for the clerk to come. So then, here's what's gonna happen, we're gonna, yes, Mr. Everett, you're standing at the rostrum. Did you fill out a slip?
No need.
I'm requiring you to fill out a slip, if you don't fill out a slip, I won't recognize you.
Public hearing, I'm a member of the public, I'm here to speak. I don't need to fill anything out, it's not required.
Nobody else knows who you are, I unfortunately do.
Wow.
You gonna ask he is? He doesn't want me to speak, and I went up there and I talked to him, and I said, what's next on the agenda? Because I'd like to speak, and then he started berating me. So,
I
we all know.
didn't start berating you.
Want to listen to the recording?
Waiting for my clerk and some of the members.
She's behind me right there.
Public hearing or not?
You didn't close the public hearing yet.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a suggestion? Could you put a piece of paper on the podium with a pen and ask them to sign in after they're done talking?
That's it, sign in.
I got papers with me.
It's very sign in.
They do those names. We have all the things. Yes.
You don't have to sign.
Okay, let them speak.
That was a courtesy, sir. Well, actually. Gentlemen, doesn't want to courtesy.
So it helps the person doing the minutes that they're supposed to say who they talk to. So as long as, no, I'm just saying that's why we've got a roll call in here. So it's for the clerk to make it easier for her.
Thank you, Cliff.
It's not to stop the talk.
I'll do it like everybody else. State my name.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Rick Everett. I'm from Dover. Lifelong resident. Generation.
Then I ask you to speak up.
You gotta speak up.
Okay. I'm a lifelong resident of Dover. Been
We'd
here
like
all
to
my
be-
life.
We'd like to keep a record of, you said your name, but most of the people don't know you. Could you spell your name?
No, it's Rick Everett.
How do you spell your last name, sir, for the record?
Hebbard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm kind of in awe, quite frankly, of all of you. And all of what you have to do. It's awesome. It's kind of beyond comprehension of what all you have to do, all of it. And here tonight, you're doing a portion of it. And you're listening to the public. And the public's trying to tell you something. That this process hasn't gone any better than the stormwater process did in Dover. They worked on that for 3 years, you guys worked on this for quite a while too. And the process is not going. Mr. Groen and several of the men have gotten up here and said most of what I wanted to say. But really, there's two sides of the brain tonight. There's the emotional side, and then there's the intelligent side. But they're not working together. Everybody in here, everybody, I believe, thinks we need a new facility. I don't know where it's gonna go yet, but I believe we will. And yes, it's been mismanaged over the years, and that's not the point here. Do we need another facility? Probably yes. Do we need all the crap that, I don't know who put it in there, but they got a claw on the back, we're trying to, a waterfall. A golf place, really? This is ridiculous. The lady that was sitting right here, who works at the hospital, I bet they'd like to have a few more defibrillators. Or maybe another few rooms. Now, if any of you have gone over there and looked at the facilities, well, let me back up a little bit. Who is smarter here? This group of people or the group of people that built that facility? I dare say the other group is smarter than this group. And why I say that is because if you go over there and you look, there are things that are needed here. There's nothing that's not needed there. Well, probably it's a few things medically, but there's nothing there that's needed, like a dog park, a barber shop, foolish things that don't belong there. They don't belong there. Is there something that does belong there? Yeah, the people need it. Yes, we all agree with that. But do these stupid things belong there? No, they don't. No, they don't. What belongs there is another room, more staffing, proper equipment. Those things and what you people should be voting on. That's it. What's needed, not what's not needed, because all those amenities are throughout our community. They're all here. Nothing that you want to put in there isn't throughout the community. It's kind of stupid. You people are smart. You're really smart. I've listened to a lot that's going on, and I watch you people work. You're really smart. But I don't know how some of that stupid stuff gets into your plan. And I'll say this too, that I've done a little research around the world, and strikingly, this building looks a lot like some internment camps that are around the world, built in England and built in China. It has the same look to it, with the little spiders sticking out, the wings. I don't know what is in the mindset of the developers or the architects who are designing this, but it's foolish, it's foolhardy. You people deserve better. And I hope that you demand better. Because the people want better. We're getting to that point, all of us, where these amenities might help us. But a dog park, a waterfall, let me just say, those are asinine, really stupid beyond belief. And you people are smarter than that. And you ought to all say no to those things. Because you're smarter than that. And those don't help anybody. Oh, it might be nice, might be this or that. But take somebody, buy a bus, take them out and go show them. Do we need a waterfall? River right here. What more do you need? You want to listen to the river? Open your window. You gotta think smart, not wasteful. You're all smart. Please show it. Please don't waste your money. Buy what's needed. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Chairman Schmidt. This is a great opportunity. My name is Mary Tucker, and we're at 97 Spruce Lane in Dover. Very happy to be here tonight, and you really have had a great opportunity to listen to the public tonight. You're close, but you're not there quite yet. I know my mayor, Mr. Carrier, said that Dover was on board with this. Perhaps the city councilors are, perhaps some of the administration is. I don't think a lot of the people in Dover really know what's going on, and there certainly hasn't been any sort of a poll or workshop or something in Dover for us to have a say into it. And yes, we did build a high school, which a lot of people, we had somebody visiting not too long ago, and they said, wow, what is that prison doing in a neighborhood? And we're like, that's not a prison, that is the high school. So we are still paying for that. And I know Mayor Carrier said, you know, it's an adjustment at first and then you kind of float. We're not floating, we're sinking, because our property tax bills just came out and the school portion is well over half of our property taxes. And we're just sinking. What we're telling you is, yes, a new building is needed. There's a plan, but I don't think that's the right plan for what we need. We're all on the same page, but it's just, I think you're looking at wants versus needs. There are a lot of wants in this building, but you really need to look at the needs. And I'm so impressed with the people who've spoken tonight, from medical professionals to building professionals who told you there's a solution, but this isn't it. So there's no shame tonight in saying, you know, I'm going to vote this down because I don't think this plan is the best for our residents. We need to go back and set yourself some timelines, because we don't want to waste any time. But we don't also, we just can't afford this. We can't afford it. You're asking people who are already stretched to afford it, and we can't. So what if you force us in? Who's going to come in and fill that? No one. Mayor Hilliard mentioned that it was the decent thing to do and be decent people if we voted on this topic. I was so insulted by that, because we're all decent people. We all want to take care of our elderly. No one wants to shirk our responsibility. But you're trying to force this down our throats as if this is the only one Hail Mary pass that we have, and it isn't. It isn't. We've gotten a lot of great feedback, from the public tonight, and I hope that you use it constructively. I don't see this as a political issue. I didn't know that perhaps maybe more Democrats were sitting on this side than Republicans, because it's not a political issue. And it sounds to me as if there was an opportunity to do this right, and somehow it just got done wrong. People weren't communicating, meetings were not being held. There's some sort of a rush here. I understand apparently we have 16 or $15 million waiting in the wings. I don't know that it has to be approved tonight, but we just can't afford this. That's what we're telling you. We're not telling you we don't want this, but we're telling you this plan is not. We can't afford it. Come back with something where we know how much it's going to be. My husband mentioned about the stormwater utility in Dover. Nobody knew how much money that was gonna be for each taxpayer. And everybody was afraid. They were afraid because they didn't know, because they didn't want to be able to pay their property taxes and be forced out of their homes. They didn't want not to be able to provide for their families because this utility went through. I'm kind of horrified by some of the things I've heard tonight about the water issues that you have in this. And again, I still don't know where this is gonna be built. Sorry, I haven't done my due diligence ahead of time. I've been busy fighting other battles, but I would have liked a presentation tonight to say, here's where it's going to be. We've heard there are water issues, there are concerns. I mean, I'm looking at the ceiling too. I've spent quite a bit of time in the courtroom and never really noticed that. And I'm gonna say something now, because we shouldn't have to put up with this. So you have all the information you need in front of you, and I think you've heard people. We need a new building, but not this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you all for coming out, and now we're going to close the public hearing. And we're proceeding to item 10, which is to open the delegation meeting. On item 11, to approve minutes of October 5th, 2023, the public meeting. Is there a motion? So moved by Representative Pinckney, second by Representative Turcott.
No, I'm
Oh,
not
sorry.
seconding. That's somebody already seconded.
Okay, you're not seconding?
I'm not.
It's been moved by Representative Petrie to approve the minutes. Is there a second? Second. Representative Bixby, second. Are there Representative Turcott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Part of the RSA's, I'm just gonna read, comes out of 91. This is an issue that dealt with the past county attorney and the current one. We've had many exchanges on it, and I don't think we're still at any conclusion. But what it says is a member of a public body may participate in a meeting other than by attendance in person at the location of the meeting only when such attendance is not reasonably practical. Any reason that such attendance is not reasonably practical shall be stated in the minutes of the meeting. In the meeting minutes we're talking about here, Representative Kaczynski was on Zoom, and I do not see any reason stated in the minutes as why he was not practically available.
Representative Kaczynski.
You'd like to know why?
He'd like to know.
Oh, okay.
And according to his interpretation of 91A, it should be stated, so.
Okay, yeah, I was out of state. I was in Connecticut on business, actually. But I'd like to add, that was kind of a horrible meeting for me to, and I know there was a point where people were saying to vote, and I couldn't hear half of that meeting. I mean, I don't know how we could continue to have Zoom meetings like that when, you know, people are involved. Hopefully they're hearing things tonight, that night. There were a few people I could hear that spoke loudly and clearly, but most of them couldn't.
Sorry to hear that.
That was a defect. I meant to say
That's
that.
one of the deficits of Zoom, is that you're subject to the idiosyncrasies of the Zoom system. Sometimes you can hear, sometimes you can't. So I agree. It can be kind of haphazard. Yeah. It was interesting.
Thank you. And during that meeting, it was ended rather abruptly. There were still many of us who wanted to speak, but discussion was cut off. So much like I have on any time there's been a vote with Zoom, I've raised my objection to that until we have come to some kind of a conclusion or understanding on the RSA that I just, so I got that entered into the minutes.
That's this meeting, you damn fool.
Okay, anyone else? Any other corrections, Representative Peters?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things about 91A is that it's supposed to be contemporaneous, and that means you should be able to hear on both sides. And if you can't, then that's against the RSA.
Not sure that the RSA can be reconciled with the fact that on occasion, someone may not be able to hear. Well, I know we've adhered quite well to the requiring be able to see the voting member on Zoom and hear that individual cast his or her vote. But in terms of whether everybody can hear everything that is said at all times, I think we're not gonna be able to manage that. Yes, I think. Right. So, Representative Horton.
I was just gonna say, in terms of Representative Kaczynski and his participation in the meeting, there were 2 recorded votes over the course of the delegation meeting and the workshop part of it, and one vote was almost unanimous. Representative Kaczynski did vote the majority, that was to approve County Attorney Garrett. And then the only other vote was to adjourn, by which time Representative Kaczynski along with Representative Southworth left early, so I think so whether or not the sound quality was good on Representative Kaczynski's end, I don't know, but like, it doesn't seem to be any questions about it, that anything was affected by his inability to hear clearly.
I think his response was satisfactory to Representative Turcotte, but
The issue isn't whether or not the quality or the number of votes in favor or against. The issue is whether or not the ability to actually vote via Zoom is legal under the RSA's. That is and again, that is the discussion I have been having back and forth with the county attorney. It's far from what I would say is a settled issue, just because it maintains such language as such attendance is not reasonably practical. What's reasonably practical? Who decides it? I mean, all those issues are out. I'm not looking for just to figure that out now, but that's why I object to the votes being taken.
And and I've asked that your position be noted in every instance that you've raised it, because I don't think it's unreasonable at all. And it is one of the defects, but somebody Representative Kenny is not at all feeling well this evening, and we wouldn't want him here potentially passing it around to us, and we wouldn't want to endanger him either, so he's at home. And several other people are out of state. So I think, I still think it's better to do that, but your position is eminently reasonable, and I think it should be noted in the minutes on each occasion you raise it. So anyone else have corrections or recommendations? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. So the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Item 12, review construction plans for new nursing home. Okay. The floor is open for comments. Questions? Representative Herring.
Yeah, I guess I'd say, we've been reviewing the present plan now for quite some time, and just had a couple of hours discussion of the present plan. I'm not sure any more review is gonna accomplish much at this point.
Okay. Representative Bixby, Representative.
Yeah, I just, one of the, comments in public testimony had to do with, had an analogy to a car. And, that reminded me of, when we were purchasing our car, back in 2017, we had the option of getting a car that got over 50 miles a gallon, or for $3,000 less, getting one that got about 33 miles a gallon. Basically, very similar in terms of size and capacity and whatnot. But one had a more efficient, engine system. So, I did a little calculation and, that extra $3,000, 150,000 miles later means that we spent $30,000 total on gas instead of $45,000 total on gas. So that's a $15,000 savings from a $3,000 higher price tag. And
Mr. Chairman, question, are we still on review construction plans for the nursery?
We are.
So, this is an analogy to, the question of the construction plans. One of the things that, I care a lot about in terms of construction plans is the operating cost going to be lower? And if we pay a little bit more upfront for a much lower operating cost, I think that is much more important in the long run. So I think that we need to make sure that when we are doing a calculation of, is the money we're spending worth it? We have to say, are we getting that lower operating cost over the lifetime of the building? And I think that the proposed building, with the data that we've been given from, the commissioners and from, Commissioner Chauvenet, indicates that more, staff efficient design, that more, utility efficient design does give us a lower operating cost over the lifetime of the building. So, I think that that's something that we really need to make sure stays in the design program and in whatever we approve.
President Longton.
Yes, I want to say that these plans are still in progress. We're not voting on a final plan, that this is the final plan. This is a plan that gave us some idea of the cost of what it would be to build so many beds under current standards and with the lot that we're given. It was sort of suggested by some people tonight, that we should have picked another site. I mean, that was why we had to come up with another plan, because after investing the money, when we passed that $6 million bond last year to get all the soil testing done, and contrary to what is said, the site was walked through. The wetland problems were not obvious by walking over the ground. It was only after we did all the testing that we found out that. So we have to work with the land that we have, unless people are proposing that we go buy more property in Strafford County rather than use the land that we have. We have to work with the site we have. But we're voting to keep going with the process. We can still keep working on the plans. All of us want to build a nursing home as efficiently as we can. And so we're still in the process, but if we vote no, it's just gonna stop it. And Riverside Rest Home is not gonna be rebuilt for another year or 2 years.
I think you mean replace.
Replace. And
Mr.
we're
Chairman,
gonna lose,
we
excuse me, I
have
haven't
review
finished
construction
speaking.
of 13. Are we discussing?
We're talking about,
Holding or what?
We haven't gotten to the motion of.
yeah, that's the motion, we're talking about the motion.
There's no motion, we're reviewing the construction plan, the arguments for what we have at the moment.
Okay,
Okay,
That's what I think,
clarification.
I think they've been speaking to.
Are you done, Representative?
no, I'm not done.
Please proceed.
Okay. And, you know, there's a lot of talk of these plans as being the Taj Mahal. Okay, and, I think that some people have compared the plans that are proposed, the cost of them as being so outrageous, and they're comparing them to assisted living facilities or other things that are much cheaper to build. And that's not an appropriate comparison to make. The biggest driver of the higher cost and what this plan was trying to address are the current standards of CMS for what they need in a nursing home. And the goal of the architect was to try to meet those standards and at the same time, build something that's as efficient as possible, staffing wise. And one of the things that's much more expensive is that each room will be a private room with a private bathroom. I think all of us agree that if we end up in a nursing home, we'd want a private room. It's a good standard that they're making that the new standard. And other things of every room should have a window with natural light and ventilation. Also a basic, if we build a big square or rectangular building, there's only so many units that are gonna have a window. You'd either have to build something really small, or you'd have to have many buildings to get 230 beds. And I have to say, when I first saw this plan in August, and I'm on the nursing home subcommittee that we set up. And the architect got those plans to us as fast as he could when they had to redesign the whole thing. They banged it out in a really short period of time, with a lot of work into it. But when I first saw it, I have to say I didn't like it. But I've been studying it and learning a lot more about it. Okay, I was very interested in what Mr. Lehrman had to say. I followed up with an hour-long conversation with him. I visited the nursing home in Chelsea built on that model. I went to the Carroll County Nursing Home as well. And I went to the Merrimack County Nursing Home that morning. I am putting in the time. And I still know that we can still work with these plans to try to tweak them and make them as best as that we can. But if we don't want to just throw it away. And I would have to say, the Carroll County Nursing Home, yes, it was lovely. But I heard the administrator say, this model is more expensive to build and more expensive to run. They have staffing issues. When you have everyone closed off in these 10 different units, that increases the staffing quite a bit. And the other thing, I mean, it's a nice idea, but I didn't see people hanging out in those 10, those separate living rooms. You don't, I didn't see it at the one in Chelsea, Mass, either. So while I think it's a great idea, at the nursing home level, it's not assisted living. The nursing home level, a lot of people aren't even gonna leave their room. So they're the ones that do are gonna seek out other people elsewhere in the building. So while it's a nice concept, it's more expensive, it's gonna cost us more money to run. And other things that have been said, I did like at the Merrimack County Nursing Home, that Main Street concept, which was an original idea, the original plan, as well as this one. That was a space where we actually did see people hanging out. It was quite an invite, and I'm sorry that more of you did not go and see that nursing home. But it suggested that that Main Street thing, a hair salon, and, a library or the cafes, those aren't extra services. Every nursing home needs a place for residents to get their hair cut. Every place should have somewhere where someone can go and get a cup of coffee and visit with their family. It's providing the same services in a creative way that's very pleasing, and it lets people think, okay, I'm not in a nursing home for a few minutes of the day. I'm somewhere else. The business office is set up as if it was a bank, but it's still the business office. The same people you'd have working at somewhere else in the building, but it was put in a way to be very friendly to the people. And it suggested by some people, oh, we should be taking people out on a bus to get their hair cut or to go play. This is a nursing home. You can't put 30 nursing home residents in a bus to take them somewhere. They're in a nursing home. It's not easy to do. We need to provide services that make it a nice experience for them. And they're not extras. I don't know what people think we could cut out. And another thing about the daycare. Oh, why don't we see a budget for the daycare? The daycare would be self-supporting. Parents who put their children in the daycare will be paying for that service. But the great benefit will be, in addition to allowing old people to see children at play, which is a beautiful thing, is that it will greatly help staff that work there. It would be more incentive for them to work at that nursing home if there's on-site daycare. It doesn't have to be an extra cost other than the initial building of it, but that could be incorporated in. So there are so many good things about the plan, but that doesn't mean that we're not finished working on it. It doesn't mean that we're bidding out the construction next week. We still have a long way to go. But we can work on that. I am on the nursing home subcommittee. Maybe we can double it. Maybe there can be 10 of us willing to put in the work and meet every 2 weeks to get this moving. But we will have to approve the final plans together. If we don't start now, then we're not even gonna get there. So that's all I have to say.
Representative Byrne, followed by Representative So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I totally agree that it would be lovely to have many accommodations for our residents. However, looking at the first floor and second floor Main Street area, I do see a lot of doubles, such as a chapel, a theater. Is the theater a 2-level theater, or are they just 2 separate theaters? A boutique clothing shop on both floors. Is that necessary? Do people need to go shopping to buy new clothing at the nursing home? Or perhaps the guests can do that. Post office, although that's lovely that they have availability to go to a post office on the first floor or the second floor, but is it necessary? Does the postal service come to the building and there's a drop off somewhere? One location would be fine, I think. I don't know if people are going to buy boxes to ship things, but I'm just kind of curious. That's also listed there. A gift shop, not only a gift shop, but a gift shop with a display space or a cafe. Well, that's lovely, but I'm not too sure how many residents are going to be interested in going for a coffee when they can have coffee in their room. I'm sorry I didn't get to go to Merrimack. It was a little last minute. I had other plans, but I would love to go visit another time. But I was able to go to Carroll County. And they had a main room, which is pretty standard in many nursing homes. That's a great place for them to gather, whether they're playing a game, a bingo. That's what we got to see at Carroll County, or watch a show on the television screen. And they're doing it collectively in that room. it is a shame that maybe the other common areas weren't being accessed, but that was later in the day, and that's usually a nap time. So perhaps we missed out on some of that interaction. The concern of the 5-story atrium. I mean, this big gaping, heat escaping concept with waterfalls is, I mean, that's to me luxurious. And when we're talking about an operating budget and we're gonna put in a 5-room childcare, which is great, you know, I think it's great, we can help out the staff. But really, a 5-room daycare is larger than most daycares. How many children are we accommodating? And I'm sorry, but you can't interact little preschoolers with people who are in the nursing home. Perhaps they can do a show if you can get them to come together and do something when you're dealing with 1 to 4-year-old. And by the way, there's also a kindergarten. So is this going to be an accredited kindergarten program? I mean, this is excessive. It's beyond, it will blow away your operating budget. Because now you have all kinds of expenses and revenues coming in from multiple businesses within a business. And I thought the government wasn't supposed to be a business. We're a service. We're here to serve the community and to help our elderly. Thank you.
It's all.
It's a, I call a multi-million-dollar question. If we approve the $40 million bond, does that?
I didn't hear the amount.
I think it's 40 million bond that's on.
No, 163 million.
What's the 40 million?
It's on the agenda.
That's what we have to spend between now and.
But we're gonna borrow it in sections, that's the purpose. We're gonna do it like 40,
Yes, an authorization up to.
Yes, and then it's gonna be tiered.
And they can
Right, it'll be tiered.
increments as they need.
Debating the motion. Yes, anyway, my question is, if we did do that, does that tie us to this exact plan? Or still can a lot of these adjustments that people are asking about be made?
It authorization to bond up to that amount of money. Up to that amount. And the final plan is, Representative LaMontagne said, is not yet cast in concrete.
So if we do the up to, and by a miracle, a great model comes up at 100 million, we can stop.
I think that's accurate, even though it's not probable. So.
And you do have a hand on Zoom when you get to later.
Representative.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about, there were several comments about some of the services that people didn't believe might be necessary in the nursing home. And I want to speak from very personal experience. So my father was diagnosed with Parkinson's. He should have been diagnosed prior to the pandemic, but for a variety of reasons, it was missed. And so he went 4 years without any treatment. And by the time it was diagnosed, he'd lost tremendous functioning, including much of his mobility. So my parents have relocated to a continuing care community because that was necessary for them. My father now requires in his bedroom all sorts of extra equipment. He needs special equipment for breathing at night. He needs special equipment for people to help him in and out of bed. He needs special equipment to get in and out of the bathroom and to use the bathroom. All of those things take up a lot of space. So someone was commenting the room sizes seem too big. But let me tell you, when you're navigating a walker in and out of those spaces or a wheelchair in and out of those spaces, if you're the person assisting them, you need more room than just the person and the device. So just something to keep in mind. Additionally, my father used to buzz his own hair every week. You know, he took great pride in shaving his head every week. He can't do that now. He can't hold the shaver at all. He can't shave his face either. So they have a barber on site. My mom drives him to the door, which is 10 feet from the door into the barber's station in the facility where they live. And he walks, maybe it's 20 feet, but it's not a long distance. And by the time he uses his walker to get that short distance to the barber, he's exhausted. So he gets his hair cut. He feels very proud of himself for how good he looks because he's freshly shaved, got his hair done. He goes back and then he takes a nap. On other days, she takes him over to the same facility and he gets his physical therapy and his occupational therapy, so continue to speak. My father's a retired law professor who testified before the Supreme Court. He's an incredible man. He ran so many marathons, I lost count. But he's lost most of his functioning. And so he needs to have all of these kinds of supports. Now, I'm incredibly lucky, my parents were, you know, like there was a gentleman who talked about making sure you have the resources. My parents are lucky enough to have the resources to be able to afford a place that has a lot of things. But even if he couldn't afford it, he'd still need a barber, and he wouldn't be able to get on a bus. He can't get on a bus, he can barely get in and out of the car to go to see these things. For my mom, who's now living in this facility, despite the fact she doesn't need it, when she sees the other people walking their dogs, it gives her so much pleasure that it lifts her out of her depression of their circumstances. So she goes over to where they have their little dog park that's maybe the size of the space in between our tables. And she watches the other residents play with their dogs, and she takes her little pouch of dog treats with her and gets to pet the dogs. And for that little while, she can forget that she's not living the life she was living in her own home where she had her own garden and everything else. So I recognize that some of the things, like I agree, we don't need a 4-foot waterfall, and we probably don't need a 4-foot atrium, and I think we can scale back some of those things. But there are things that are in these plans that make sense to me. Having a clothing shop, maybe we don't need two, maybe we have one that called a clothing shop, but it's really like the one at my daughter's college, which is a clothing swap, where people bring in stuff they don't need and take stuff that they like, you know? It's a beautiful way of recycling. I also was doing the math earlier, which is why I had my phone out, because I am not good at mathing, so I was using my calculator. If you figure that our population based on the 2021 census is that there's 132,416 people living in Strafford County as of 2021. And you divide the total bond from that, that comes out to $1,236.55 per person. So you're not talking about $100 million a person. You're talking about, round up, we'll call it $1,300 a person for this construction. So I'd like us to keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
We're over here, you see a hand.
You do have hands on Zoom.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm looking at both sides.
Excuse me, just a question, Peter.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm still confused here. Are we reviewing construction plans? It seems like we're debating.
That's my question.
It hasn't been made.
Well, it says, review construction plans for a new nursing home, and because that certainly is a factor in all, in my deliberation anyway, my thought process of whether I'm yay or nay on this.
But we're not reviewing the plans. We're hearing
We're
people's
not,
opinions
we're
on the
talking
plans.
about,
So,
the plan, the review is the basis of whether we think the amount that open for bonding or for bonding is reasonable in terms of what's getting provided by some portion of that money. Yeah, Representative Newton.
Yeah, since you put it that way.
One moment. Then we have, before.
No, I'm saying kind of point as Representative Harrington, I'm hearing all kinds of stuff, but it's not talking about plans. I just want to make sure that when the time comes, like last meeting, when I have something that I would like to say, that the, all the, discussion is stopped and it goes away. I want to be able to speak. I need to know, is this where I speak about what I want to talk about? Or is that after the motion is made?
I think we've been talking about the building as a concept and as an embodiment of that concept, and implementation of the concept of the nursing home. That's the underlies the, you know, the vote on the ballot. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When people don't always stop.
We'll see you now. I'll recognize you next. Go ahead, Cliff.
We're talking about the plans. We really need to talk about the procedure that's taking place with these plans. There's been talk about the building committee. Building committee can meet more, we can have more meetings. December 5th, we give a $6.3 million bonding approval. December 5th of 2022. I got notified in April, 4 months later, that a building committee was gonna be formed. I asked the chairman, and it's in the minutes of the executive committee, I practically begged them, because I've heard Republican against Democrat, Republican against Democrat. I said, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not hearing what you're saying. You're
I said, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Make this an equal number of Democrats and an equal number of Republicans to show this is a nonpartisan issue. You made it 5-3 or 5-4, Democrat to Republican. That's in the executive committee meeting. Everything I'm gonna tell you now is in the minutes of the meetings or stuff I get from the right to know, right from the county. Now, one of the things that's important, a lot of you people don't know, there's probably 20 delegates here that have never voted on this project. You don't, I'm not sure if you know what happened, how we got to, when you got sworn in, which was, we voted on this bonding December 5th. You guys got voted in the next day, December 6th. We fought for you to say we should wait till tomorrow. It's 1 day away. We want the new people in on this. That, because it's 23-14, that didn't happen. So you guys all need to know, we fought for you to have you have a say in a vote initially. Now, what I'd like to talk about quickly is a procedure. April 28, 2022 was a deadline for RFP for conceptual design. Keep in mind the dates as I say that, April 28, 2022. April 28, 2022, there was a commissioners meeting. Item 4, bid opening for preliminary design and cost estimate of new nursing home. Commissioners voted to table award. They didn't talk about it. Okay, May 18th, there was a delegation meeting. April 28th, they got the bids, they didn't talk about it. May 18th, there was a delegation meeting. Item 7, update on initial exploration of new nursing home construction. Delegation motion to authorize the hiring of an architectural firm for concept and cost plans. Voted and passed unanimously. Unanimously, we want to go forward with something. So for people to say, oh, you don't want it, you do want it, that's not true. And some of the ones that are saying it weren't there. So I just want to make it clear, it passed unanimously to go forward, okay? So then, May 26th, which is about a week later, commissioner meeting, item 3, award bid for architectural preliminary design and cost estimate for a new nursing home. Motion to award the bid to Warren Street Architects and authorize County Administrator Bauer to sign the documents with approval from Primex. Motion passed 3-0 from the commission. Now, the gentleman, the representative, Mr. Bixby, talked about a car, and he was saying how one car's cheap, one car's expensive. I'm gonna give you a car analogy here. You tell your kid, go, you want a car, go find one. So your kid goes to find one. Well, what's he supposed to do? He's supposed to come back to you and say, I found what I want, can we go look at it so you can buy it for him? Well, that's good. What if your kid said, you tell your kid to go look for a car, and he takes your credit card with him and he buys the car without you knowing it? You wouldn't like that. Nobody in this room would like it. That's what happened here. We gave them permission to accept a bid, to go out to seek a contractor for conceptual. We never made an appropriation. We gave them no money, yet they, after the May 28th meeting, June 3rd, Administrator Bauer signed a contract with Warren Street obligating the county for $60,000. Obligating the county for $60,000 when no appropriation was made. Now let's get to August 4th. This is a commissioners meeting update from Warren Street on new nursing home project with copies of draft proposal that outlines the master plan for the addition of assisted living and independent living. Then the building committee met. Then we met. And when we met, 2 days before we met, we saw the first design for the new nursing home. It was, let me get ahead of myself a little on that one. Okay. So, then we went to August 18th, commissioner meeting, item 3, approved supplemental appropriation of 170 million for proposed nursing homes and recommend to the legislature delegation for approval. Voted and passed 3-0 out of the commissions. So now here's the meat and potatoes, you guys. This is August 24th. This happened the summer before the newly delegates got elected. County delegation meeting. Item 15, approve supplemental appropriation of 170 million for the new nursing home construction. The chair went straight to motion to approve by majority vote. That happened. Item 16, approve issuance of bonds of 170 million to fund new nursing home construction. That was, we recessed. And then item 17, motion to approve proposed new nursing home construction. That was recessed. We recessed. Item 18, motion to approve supplemental appropriation of 170 million for new nursing home construction. Needs civil majority vote. Motion made and vote was 21-13. Motion passed. Item 19. Here's the meat and the potatoes. Here's, you've written the check. Now you're gonna be able to cash it. Item 19, motion to approve bonds to fund new nursing home construction of 170 million. Requires 2/3 vote. We recess. Item 19, other business that may legally come before delegation, and we recess that. Item 20, adjournment. Chair Smith called the recess at 10:43 p.m. until Monday, August 29th, 2022 at 7 p.m. We never had a meeting. August 29th, 2022. It didn't happen. So then we had a workshop September 1st, 2002, and a whole bunch of stuff come up with that. I'm not gonna waste anybody's time. So now we get to December 5th, delegation meeting, and all you people that weren't here, this kind of gives you a time frame, what happened and when. Item 13, motion to approve the issuance of, now it's 150,000 in bonds to fund the new nursing home.
150 million.
No, 150 million, I apologize. Resolution read at 8:15, vote taken, and motion failed by 16-16 vote, a tie. It failed. Further motion to amend the previous motion by changing it to approve the issuance of 6,261,184 bonds to fund the planning and design of a new 250-bed nursing home. Motion passed by a 2/3 majority roll call vote, and people did vote for it, and as you heard from testimony, there were 3 lame duck Republicans that went with the Democrats to get this. Now, I went home that night, and my wife said, she reminded me the other night, she said, look, when you came home, you were excited. You were excited because you said, now we're going forward with it, but we're finally gonna have a chance to give input. That never happened, folks. That never happened. It never happened. So then we continue the following year, and we kind of get to where we are now. And I don't have to tell you, the rest of you, what happened because you've all been here. But that's what happened up to that point. And once the bonding was done, the building committee wasn't formed till months later. We didn't have a meeting till August. We've only had 2 meetings. And what's very interesting is, what's really interesting about this meeting is, now that we're here, we're asked to make these decisions, and it's just, the whole procedure is so messed up and so screwed up that I don't know if we can straighten it out. I think what we should do is start over, and I don't know how, to this day, we heard testimony today. Oh, there's 2 contracts. We got 2 contracts. I saw a request for bids, request for proposals for the first contract for 60,000. I haven't seen the second request for proposal for contracts to go further than the initial 60,000. And the architect got that bid because he was the next to the lowest. And there's so much that's happened, folks. It's incredible. So now, I don't know how a $60,000 contract went from 60,000 to $1,381,762. I don't know that. But I do have something I want to read to you here, and this was from the right to know information that I was given. Because you've been told that this is not political. This is from a memo, this is from an email sent Friday, September 2nd, 2022 at 9:27 a.m. That if you put your mind together, August 24th was when we saw the first conceptual and it didn't pass. Okay, and it's from Jonathan Hale of Warren Street to Tori, Ray, and George, which is Raymond Bauer, George McGlaris, and Tori Jennison. Tori Jennison, I believe, is a health official of the county. And it says, Terry, Ray, and George. Last night's conversation was very interesting. Clearly all politics at this time. This is from the architect to the other three people. There's four people that are running this show, and it isn't the delegation. There's four people doing it. It said, we all agreed, we heard almost no objections or disagreements on the need for the nursing home, and I think people like the concept. We are happy to support this over the next couple of weeks as it unfolds. Please keep us informed. I believe, and this is the meat and potatoes, I believe we have completed our contracted effort, and I would like to send you an invoice in its entirety. We have gone beyond the negotiated fees, but will hold to the $60,000 agreement. We want this to go forward. And it ends with, please let me know if we are good to send you an invoice, or if you want me to hold off for political reasons. This is an email I got from Right to Know. Now, lastly, you new people and the old ones too. Chapter 24, County Conventions, meetings, powers of the county convention. Item D, powers to authorize the erection, enlargement, or repair of its buildings exceeding an expense of $25,000. That's our job by law, and we've been completely left out of this process. All of us, except for four people. There's four people, and it's not political, but I just read you the email, September 2nd, 2022. We've been going since then, and we still don't know. I've been asking, and you go read the minutes, go read the executive committee meetings, go read the delegation minutes meetings. I've been asking, how much have we got in this? How much does it cost us? Well, we got some. We had one meeting, a delegation executive committee meeting. We had conflicting invoices, the administrator and I. Mine was 150 more than his was. And then another meeting, well, how much are we into? Administrator, I don't know. He asked the finance officer, Legere, can you answer? 500,000. Well, that's stuff getting up there. No documentation, no invoices, nothing. That's what it was. So I asked under the right to know. I want to see. I want to see. And I finally, and to their credit, I will say this, a wonderful job answering the right to know. I got a lot of stuff, I still don't think I got the RFPs for whatever the second contract is, and I didn't get that either. But they did a great job giving me information, and I finally got payments. And that's where you can see from, it's from January 1st of 2003 to November 30th of 2003 to Warren Street Architects. We have paid them $1,381,762.52. And I still don't know how the hell we got from 60,000 to this number. And I think that we ought to ask that question more than just me. And I'll stop right there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for giving me a few minutes.
Which one of the two of you was first? Howard was first. Oh, sorry, the rest of them are on. She's on Zoom. I'm looking. Okay, so Keith, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, all right, wonderful. Well, thank you everybody for being here tonight. I understand that there's a lot going on, and I really appreciate your allowance of me attending and participating via Zoom. However, with this meeting, I feel that there was a lot of context that was missing from the proposals in terms of what we have been discussing. I want to give a shout out to Representative LaMontagne because she was the first person to bring up the wetlands impacts. And I mean, I received this just like everybody else. It's in our Warren Street pamphlet that we were provided, and it shows the wetlands impacts of the area around the proposed building on the Eric Drive site. And we can see that the Jackson Brook is something that really impacts a lot of the land around where the nursing home is located. And that really limits where we can actually build at all. We moved from our original site to the Eric Drive site to give us more accessibility as well as flexibility in what we were planning to do. And it's something where I'm fairly impressed by what the commissioners have been able to come up with, because a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been discussing the expense of this project at $170 million, stating that it was going to be a $800,000 per bed project. And there are a number of other projects that are similar happening around the New England area already. And we can compare some of those costs. So for instance, if we want to, take that $800,000 cost cap that we're looking at per bed, we have a new psychiatric hospital proposed in Concord. It's a 24-bed facility that's estimated to cost $40 million, roughly $1.6 million per bed. I understand that this is a psychiatric hospital, and hospitals have different needs than the nursing homes, and that's why it is partially more expensive. But it is also limited in what it needs versus more traditional hospitals. So even if we don't want to take that example, because that's in one of the few New Hampshire projects that I took a look at, because there are other projects around that I think are better examples. For instance, in Holyoke, Massachusetts, there's a veterans nursing home that's currently being built, 234 beds at a cost of $482.6 million. That's $2 million per bed, roughly, and they got a $164 million grant from the government. So if we want to take that money off, then it's $1.3 million per bed. And even if we don't want to look at nursing homes, we can look at the University of Vermont Medical Center, where they are currently spending $187.3 million on 128 private rooms to be attached to the medical center that are not even intended for patients. They're intended for their families. And this would be $1.4 million per room. I think we need to look at the realities of the situations that are going around us and the fact that we are in a different economic period than in the past. Things are more expensive today than they have been previously. And we need to act now if we do not want this to continue to be a runaway cost. I know that there have been several people hiding behind the fact that the young generation is going to be the ones paying for it. As the youngest member of the of the delegation, myself at 23 years old, I know that myself and the two next youngest representatives on this delegation support this this plan and moving forward with trying to build a new nursing home. So when we are doing this, I see partisan politics playing place, and it sickens me that we are allowing the people of Strafford County to suffer because we are unwilling to act. Thank you.
Representative Howell.
So I'll try to be succinct and I'll try to speak. So I thought, a really excellent question that was raised at the last public hearing is this the right design? That's a fundamental thing to start with. And, so I was like, wow, that's a really great question, which I didn't have an answer. So I went to yesterday, Warren Street, had an informational session. And I went there and that's the exact question I asked. Is this the right design? And I think, is using like the community-based model that was mentioned in Carroll County, is that a better design than the Main Street model that we're proposing? And so, let's start out with the constraints that we have currently in our situation. First, as was mentioned, the new regulations that come in require a sight line in each room, which dramatically changes the ability of what the design looks like. The Carroll County design does not actually meet that current standard. The second one, as been mentioned multiple times, is we have a lot of wetlands around here. So we have a really, really small footprint to build, which means we're gonna have to go up. That's really similar to what happened, the private development, Riverwoods and Carroll. They had a really challenging site. It meant that they had to go up 4 stories. So again, within the constraints that we have, that's kind of why we ended up with the spoken hub model. The second thing was, they really are trying to get, it came up at the last public hearing of what is the change in the percentage of the population that's memory care. Memory care needs a separate unit from the assisted living. Are we moving, and we've heard about potential drugs that may come about, but we don't know about that right now. Is that population increasing? When I asked Riverwoods, they said, yes, it is. They've had to change they had a 4-story design, they have 2 now go to more of a memory care unit. So, this design, the question is, the multiple floors have some redundancy so that we can change what the population is based upon what our census is. The other really big thing that I asked a question about in terms of this design, and that's what came supposedly from our staff, and it was also collaborated by Riverwoods, is adding on-site rehabilitative services. That's one of the big stumbling blocks we have currently at the facility we have now. It's hard to do PT, OT in an area because we have to get somebody all the way across. Additionally, if anyone needs more intensive services, we have to send them off, which means that we lose revenue. So those, we added 2 fifth-floor wings that allow us to do it on site. That adds $10 million to the project. The question is it worth it? Long-term, the revenue we get in, yes, that's what the private service provider said. Riverwoods actually has a 72-unit rehabilitation service right on site. And it adds to the continuity of care of the patients. So in terms of design, is this the right design? I think, looking at it, again, I'm not an expert in healthcare design, there are some really positive things that are being done within the constraints. The second question that's come up now, came up in the last public hearing, and it's come up with also with the Carroll County design. And I'm not going to use like cost, overall cost of battery, cost per square foot, which allows you to do more of an apples to apples comparison. To throw that out there, those early 2007, 2010 nursing homes that were built for just over $200 a square foot. If I'm wrong, you can say I'm close. There's a sheet that has all the numbers of the comparable healthcare facilities that have been built in New Hampshire. And we'll have to get that to everybody in the delegation so that you can fact check me. But the prices it is astounding what they've come up to. So the current construction, you could say if I'm wrong, of the Sullivan County project that's going in is $438 a square foot. So the cost that's coming in of this project is looking at what the current construction cost is. It's not some Taj Mahal out of crazy spectrum. The third thing that's been mentioned over and over again is the $170 million figure. And in fact, one member of the public said, look, you're gonna do cost changes and it's gonna add to the cost and it'll go up above $170 million. Well, that's not actually true. The project is a $150 million project. Any large construction project you do, you add a contingency to the construction project. The contingency to this project is a 10% on a $150 million project, which brings us up to the larger point. The contingency funds are there because if the project slows, we need to account for inflation. And if we run into, as was mentioned, soil or other problems, the contingency allows us to get a maximum price at and so that's what the $170 million figure is. So last, I'll add to that, and again, if we do not do this in this time frame, inflation costs for construction, I was told yesterday, is about 3.8%. Every month or year that we add to this, the project will get more expensive. There's just no way around it. We can decrease the size of the footprint to try to get, construction costs down. But to come up with that 215 bed project, there was no way if we delay it would work. So the last one, I'm sorry, I'm addressing from the building plan itself, is what the representative just talked about process. I agree. We need to fix the process that we're working through and dealing with this project. It is probably the most expensive and one of the most complex projects that when we built this Strafford. It is going to require, and it's on a very, very tight time frame for us to be able to get far enough into this to qualify for those $15 million from ARPA funds. I mean, we are already beginning to solidify where the footprint is. The civil engineering design is being done. Very quickly, that footprint is going to be solidified. There is places within the footprint that we can make changes, that we can save some money, but we as a delegation are going to have to work together and decide what those changes are and still stay on timeline to stay within cost and to qualify for that ARPA money. And so I think, as was mentioned, there is a building committee. It is going to meet more, have to meet more often. I know it's painful to add more meetings, but it has to. And I think the role of that building committee really is to gather information and bring it back to the delegation so that the delegation can make informed decisions. So I'm sorry if that went really long, but
Representative Trulli.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me, and thank you all for allowing me to attend by Zoom. I wasn't feeling well, and being able to do this has been very helpful to me. Wonderful to listen to all of you, and wonderful to listen to the members of the public who had the opportunity to testify today. First off, I must say that Mr. Newton, Representative Newton, you are a bulldog, and it's paid off for me tonight by really realizing what you came up with in regards to your research in what had passed in the past between us and what we missed. And we, meaning all of us in the delegation, had better get that act together in communication and voting for what we want to vote for and not having it be missed. That just struck me as a glaring error at how many times it was brought up and how many times it wasn't voted on or discussed. It's a big, scary number. I'm with Representative LaMontagne. I also feel pretty strongly that let's get this on board and get it going so we can talk about the concrete facts and get this happening. And if we need to change some things, maybe change a floor, whatever would be cost effective going forward, based upon the constraints that we're facing, which include the wetlands that we'll be dealing with anywhere on the land that Strafford County owns, and the federal regulations that we'll be dealing with for any of the ways that the nursing home has to be built in regards to the new regulations that have come up. Sight lines are one of the things, having a window, all of that sort of stuff. I know you've heard it before, but I think if we get started now and we make this commitment to work together and not sabotage one another, thinking we're going to be doing something good, we can all really do something good for the county. in our best spirits as legislators and as delegates. Thanks so much, all.
Oh, I don't think I see.
Either.
Oh, yes, no, you were next. I was just double checking over there, left and right hand.
If someone would prefer to go next, I'm happy to wait. I'm very patient.
Well. Whoever did it first,
All right.
starting to wave this hand.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Representative Newton and others have mentioned, process has been severely lacking. That has been one of my biggest complaints throughout this entire process. No pun intended, but it has been the process of what we have not seen. It's too bad that a lot of the individuals who were in the audience earlier are not here to hear this discussion, because I think a lot of it's very important. We kept hearing it's not a political decision, and I would agree with that. I don't think there's anybody on this delegation who doesn't believe that we should be looking at a new nursing home. The problem is, and it goes back to the process, is there has not been any options other than, and yes, I'm going to use the word, the Taj Mahal. The very first proposal we were given was $170 million Taj Mahal. We're looking now again at the same thing. I had to my wife, a director of a very large public institute who was a director of the facilities, saw the letter that we had sent and sent a note to my wife that said, this design and the cost looks like a signature property. We asked, what is a signature property? And he said, that's when an architect or somebody decides, hey, we want something that we can use as a showpiece. And that fit the definition that many of us have been using, and that is the Taj Mahal. I've said this many times before with this committee, this delegation. We around this table are the stewards of our Strafford County's taxpayers. We are the fiduciaries. We are the ones responsible for the fund. We are responsible for what we use those funds for, and how much we put our taxpayers and citizens on the hook for bonds. Now, one of the things I keep hearing is about this 15 and change million Gopher funding. Well, number one, we received something in the last couple of days that says, really, we've got till the end of almost 26 before it really becomes an issue. But here's a big thing, and I'll get to Carroll County next. But if we can put up a facility for $70 million versus $170 million, that's $100 million savings. That 15 million becomes, in my mind, almost irrelevant. I'm not going to chase a $170 million project just for the sake of getting $15 million of our own taxpayer money back. That just doesn't make any fiscal sense. Now, up until last week, last week, a bunch of us in this room went and visited the Carroll County nursing home. And I gotta say, I was extremely impressed with what I saw. I have been personally looking at long-term care, memory care facilities for about the last 6 months for a family member. So I've been visiting a lot in Florida, up here, all around. And I'll tell you, when we drove up to that Carroll County facility, I said, wow, this looks like a residential development. It looks like a condo development. It looks like a high-end apartment development. You know what it didn't look like? An institutional building. And the layout was really good. had this neighborhood layout. Those of us who were there took the tour. It was really set up in pods of 12 or 13 people. But again, the design of it was very simple, it was very roomy. And I think anybody who went there was probably pretty impressed with it. The other interesting thing about it, there were no unnecessary, what we'll call extras. We've heard several people talk about the waterfalls, the golf courses. There were none of that there. There was no childcare. There were no stores. They built their facility to take care, I think it was former Representative Bruin talked about utilitarian. And that's what it is. It's a very nice facility that gets the job done. Now let's talk about costs. 103 units, 85,000 square feet, cost $21 million about 12 years ago, $21 million. And we'll talk about square footage cost, because that's important. That worked out to be about $250 a square foot. Now, when you add in the adjusted cumulative inflation, which from that time period to now is 36%, which is a lot, that brings that project up to 28 million, 28.6. Hey, I'll even give you a little bit of leeway and call it 30. I'll call it 35. So we could build 215 units for almost a third the price. $170 million is fiscally insane for what our county needs. Tomorrow, if somebody came to me and said, Len, you know, that county nursing home we set up in Carroll County, what do you think about that? I go, let's do it. Let's get it done. We'll get everything working on it now. They told us who the architect was from out of Massachusetts. I'm guessing they already have plans. They certainly know how to do it. And they use a construction company, I believe they said out of Tennessee. That building went up in less than 2 years, or just about 2 years. So as Representative Newton said, he believes the best plan is to start from scratch, start over, and go down a different road, and I'm total agreement with that. I want to see something similar to Carroll County. I again can't tell you how much I was impressed with that operation up there and the building itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Smith, you want to talk now?
You're recognizing me, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on this. Some of you might have no idea who I am, because although I've been in the legislature since 1996, I show up for only one meeting here every year, the first meeting, and then with rare exception, I'm not back. And that is for a reason. Early in my terms, the issue of the Strafford County Jail came up. And we were told by some of the same people who are in charge now that we ought to build a building larger than what we need, because just like a baseball field, if we build it, they will come. We were told that the feds would come and pay a lot of money to be able to put their prisoners here, and we could make a bundle. And I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked, because to think that we as a public institution would look at how to make money on prisoners, I found that a problem. And I failed, as you know, in my opposition. And about the same time, a wonderful Dover representative, Frank Tour, and I went over the budget. And I concluded that the process for forming a budget was not a process that I could be comfortable with to sign my name. And so I decided not to come, because I wasn't going to make any change. And so I didn't come, and I say mea culpa, and I owe those of you who have put in the time an apology for not carrying my weight. I believe that what we have heard today and December 5th or whatever, and the meeting before that, and the meeting before that, is all of the same problem. And it comes down to what Representative Newton and Representative Turcotte talked about, and that is process. It doesn't have to do with the merits of the problem. It has to do with the process. It has to do with a lack of respect for the delegation. If I had my way, there probably wouldn't be county government. We wouldn't have to do this. We sit in Concord and we pass a budget with a lot of people opposing it, or supporting it, as the case may be, and the same people then come here and complain that we haven't, that the state hasn't given us enough money. The same people, we're the same people. We shouldn't be wearing two different hats because they're in conflict with each other. And I am on the subject, Representative Turner, I am on the subject. So I look at what's gone on here. I hear everybody saying that we need a new nursing home. Whether it's because the people in charge had let, through neglect or whatever reason, had let the existing nursing home get to a point when it was no longer responsible to have people staying there. I don't know. I'm not in the blame game. I've never done that. We need a new nursing home, and everybody seems to say the same thing. What people object to is the process. The feeling that the elected delegation has not been involved in the process. I know in Durham, and those of you in the rest of the county don't ever like what Durham does, but well, it's true. When we built a new middle school, we had everybody involved. And we met, there was a building committee that met publicly, I don't think it was every 2 weeks, I think it was every week. And constantly involved, and people, it was expensive. We did some cutting edge work, everybody bought into it, because they knew we needed a middle school. People in this room know we need a new nursing home, and it's the process. I would like to suggest that we recognize that by establishing a ceiling on the dollar value of the bonds that we could agree to, we authorize, but we don't in fact appropriate those funds. We don't go out and issue those funds. And we then say, and now we do what has to be done. We figure out what kinds of decisions should be made and by whom and how to make sure we get the best possible nursing home that meets our requirements and where everybody is held accountable. Representative Newton and I agree on some things, we don't agree on others, but I have enormous respect for the way he has gone through day after day after day, trying to figure out what he shouldn't have had to try to figure out, because it should have been reported to us regularly, either in a meeting, which we don't have very often, or in a written communication. This is where we are, this is what, the architect says, this is what the engineer says, this is the amount of money we spent. We have a right to insist on that, and I don't like the fact that my back is turned to the commissioners or to the town, to the county administrator. because as they well know, I've said this face on for years. I think the time has come when we have to change how we process decisions in this county. And I believe you can make that change if in fact you agree that it is the delegation that has this responsibility. And if you can do that, then we can do what has to be done. And we can say, okay, we'll go ahead with a ceiling with the understanding that from this point forward, the committee, which actually, I've never run a committee in a partisan way, not when I chaired finance, not when I chaired judiciary. I don't think that way. But if there are people who believe that, what is it, 3-2 now on the building committee? What? If people believe that this is a partisan issue, which I don't believe, then okay, there's a way to say, let's make that committee 3-3, or make it 6-6, or whatever. But only with people who are willing to do the kind of work that Representative Newton does. And if we set a ceiling, but understanding that we're not going to sign off on all of that money, we're not going to say, go ahead and issue those bonds until we have agreed on what the plan is. So this way, we might meet the deadline, artificial or not, for ARPA funds or other funds, but we do it in a way that we end up with what all of us recognize we need to do, and that is to build a nursing home that has in it everything that treats the customers of the nursing home with the respect that they're due. I'm probably the oldest person. I'm the oldest person on the delegation. Oh, no, of course not. Here's the oldest. How can I have gotten that? Okay, maybe I'm second. So, you know, who knows? By tomorrow, I might be there. But right now, I'm here. We need a nursing home. We need to make a decision. We should not let what I consider the inappropriate management of the county to slow down our. Thank you for letting me.
Cliff, can we hear from Kelly?
So I just wanted to speak on the ARPA funds, just because we got an email. I'm not sure if this was sent out to the entire delegation. It came from the executive council. And so, just so we all know, the 15,353,548 is actually the deadline for completion as described above, and I'll get into that, is on or before 12/30/2025. So that in a sense gives us 2 years. But the purpose of the award, that's the most specific thing that we can talk about. So we're not gonna lose, everybody's worried about losing 15 million. Due to project timelines, Gopher's award to Strafford was limited to the first phase of the project. Specifically, quote, from the project design to the concrete foundation being poured. And based upon, I think, what we've heard in regards with the site, there shouldn't be a basement, there shouldn't be a foundation, this should be built on a slab, which is just, you know, exactly what we saw at Carroll County. And I know there might be limitations in size, in scope, and all that kind of stuff, but no one here wants, they're at Carroll County, they had a nice barber shop or hairdresser. They had all of those kinds of things there. They had a wonderful great room. Every floor had, you know, had a little bit of entertainment and stuff like that. I think it's all of these amenities that we keep talking about. But there's a lot of us that have only been here for, it's not even a year yet, right, buddy? All right, so I came to that meeting because I was newly elected and I wanted to see what was going on in regards with the monies that happened. And it, you know, the 6.3 million that was approved. but nothing has been appropriated since then. And I was so angry, I have to say, when I got these numbers. Almost 1.4 million, and we had no idea. I've asked for those numbers too, about what's been spent. I asked for it at the public hearing and spoke to the architect, and he told me guesstimate around 750,000. A check was written to him or their firm, 11/23/23, for $720,000, 546. We had no idea of that. We had to beg for that information. That's what's wrong here. There is no transparency or accountability.
There's no accountability process.
And so I think that is where we're at. I hate hearing about this partisan stuff. I really do, because I've said the first time that I went to one of the first delegation meetings, I was clear, and I talked to one of the nurses afterwards, and I was horrified to hear what the people in the nursing home were going through in the summer. It was mind-boggling to me, because we can fix that. We should have done that years ago. And those two things, I'm sorry, that fall on you, Commissioner McGlynn. They fall on you, Mr. Bauer. That is, we heard public testimony. People are saying, I was at the nursing home 30 years ago, and it was bad then. It was bad 20 years ago. It was bad 10 years. I haven't even been here for a year yet. Why hasn't anybody done anything? Everything should have been happening simultaneously. Why weren't we doing all of the real planning, getting the buy-in, having a real sound plan at the same time that we were making the home for those people that are living there comfortable? There's tons of stuff that can be done. You can have brought the best of the best experts in to have that figured out for those people. And something could be built in 2 years. Carroll County was built in less than 2 years. We could do something. And that's the kind of stuff that just drives me crazy about this whole thing. There's so much testimony that's gone on with saying, oh, you know, it's partisan, it's this, it's that. No, nobody wants anyone to live in substandard conditions. No one wants that at all. But I think from what we're coming from, our position here is we need to be good stewards. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our constituents. I'm getting calls all the time. Democrats, Republicans, it doesn't matter. People are suffering immensely. I have a girl that's living in her car right now. Her daughter was found up in Laconia on the streets because she can't get a bed in the mental hospital. So we have lots of problems, but it also doesn't even need to be this size. Like a lot of these projections, why aren't we listening to the experts? Everybody should be listening to that gentleman from Durham, Mike, that's, I think, still here. He's the expert. We should have an advisory committee with the public. We bring in the best of the best. What Carroll County did, their whole process was so transparent. It was great. They went around to towns, they went around to the cities, they got buy-in. It was great. It started off at like 23.5 million. People were going berserk, okay? And what did they do? They got it down. They were able to get it down from some grants and some little things that they did to 21.5, which was still considered exorbitant at the time. But everybody's saying costs are going up, costs are going up. Actually, if you look at the cost of lumber, and if you look at the cost of copper, it's actually gone down. It's actually going down. So I can give you all those numbers. Okay. My husband works for FW Webb, and I can give you the data right now on copper. So it is going down. Lumber right now is the same cost that it was 4 years ago.
Representative Newton.
I'd like to give a cheer here to Representative Smith from Durham. I know it's been bothering her for a while for the process of the county. And I made no secret that I was trying to get information, I'm trying to get people together. There's nobody in this room that I do not respect their opinion, and I know everybody has their thoughts and everybody thinks a little different. And I want to listen to people, I want to hear people. We don't get that opportunity enough. We meet 2 or 3 times a year, and that's by design. And I've complained about this in the past, and we have workshops, we get a lot accomplished. We exchange ideas, and we can do that. And I've told the chairman more than once, I said, I want to try to get Republicans together. I know the Democrats wanted it, and we want a nursing home. But there are differences in philosophies, but then we gotta look at what will work and what won't, and try to get the best deal and project for everyone. We haven't had that opportunity. We haven't had that opportunity. And as I dug into this mess that they call process, there were 4 Republicans that were willing to vote for a new nursing home. Wasn't any now. Not now, but I had 4. And with the Democrats, that would have been okay. You know, some people, you're not gonna get everybody, I get that. But we can get together and roll up our sleeves, and we can make this work. And if we get a plan that isn't dragged out for 5 years, we might even have to think out of the box and say, why do we have to build it on the on the Strafford County complex? We might be able to find some land suitable that's nearby with good drainage, and so we don't have to worry about it. Are we doing it just because one person holds a license that won't be good somewhere else? Well, what if that person is getting ready to retire? That shouldn't even matter with building a new nursing home in Strafford County. If we find a place in Farmington that's got excellent soils for drainage and the price isn't a lot of money, because if we build something, we'll save 100 million anyway, we can buy a piece and build it there. It doesn't have to be on this complex. But that's thinking outside the box, and we have never had that opportunity to discuss and think about during this whole project. Now, 20 months into it. And the Carroll County started April 10th, they stuck their shovels in the ground, and September 10th of the next year, they had their grand opening. Less than 2 years, 18 months. We've had 18 months just arguing over plans we don't get a chance to give our input on. So think of that realistically and think, yes, let's get a building committee, let's have a committee as a whole. If the building committee wants to work and say, okay, we got these 10 ideas, and then we all meet, so we get paid a stipend for being here, big deal. Then we can exchange ideas. The building committee should go back to the delegation and say, here's the work we've done, now what do you want to do? The building committee shouldn't be making votes and making decisions. We should be coming back to you, all of you, and saying, here's what we've got. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and we set and we work it out together. I almost think, and I said it at an executive committee meeting, I almost think they try to keep us separated by design. Because when we get together, we can find things we all agree upon, but if we stay apart, and you only need a majority, then the people that want us to stay apart are gonna get what they want every time. And I think that needs to stop. Representative Bixby, you have had several great ideas in the last 2 years I've known you here. You don't get to talk to them, because I want to hear what you have to say. And there's others, I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear what this representative has to say. We don't get the opportunity. We need to change that. And it could start tonight. We need to change it. The other thing, when we made a rush December 5th, we went from $150 million appropriation to giving 6.325 or 27 on a piece of paper the commissioner had in his hand. I got the numbers right here. I got the numbers right here. Well, in my right to know request, I found those numbers. It was an email from the, again, from the architect. And I think it was from Lori Jennison also. It was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on December 5th. Oh, here's the numbers you want. You want these numbers? I'll give them to you. Meeting 2 hours later. That's not us making those plans. That's not us making those plans. That needs to stop. Because we are the stewards of the people. It's right in the state statute. That's our job. And there's a lot of other stuff that's happening with money. I've seen millions of dollars moved around from the ARPA funds to the general fund, and I don't remember that going before the executive committee either. And that's in the minutes. You go back and read the minutes, because they've already done it, it's already there. There's a whole lot of stuff that I wanna know, show me how that's okay to do that. Because we've got a job and we control the purse strings. And we're supposed to be on these building projects, and I get frustrated because 20 months have gone by of our time, and our time is the most important thing we can give to the citizens, and it's the most important thing to us. And we've wasted 20 months. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a second, let's see, we got somebody else. Okay, no. Yeah, go ahead.
So it just brought it up because of what Representative Newton said. So during the executive committee meeting, Janet, you're probably gonna remember that. I begged for a delegation meeting. We've had a lot of stuff go on in Strafford County. There's constituents that were calling all the time about what was happening with the sheriff. And to be honest, I felt stupid because I couldn't, like, there was really not much information on it. We didn't have much information. We were, you know, I don't know. And isn't that what we're supposed to do? Like, be able to give information to our constituents? And I sent a letter, I brought it up at the executive, and still, nothing happened. I got silence for that. And we should have been able to have called a delegation meeting with that. And at the time, that was when the nursing home new plans came through too. The entire delegation only got the new plans, this binder, in October at the delegation meeting. And here we are in December, rush, and let's do it. Just because there's a building committee doesn't mean that the whole delegation needs to be involved in what's going on as well. And I think that whole thing is just quite annoying as well. But I know you must remember that because it was just, yeah. We should have had a meeting. People called for a meeting. There needed to be communication.
Representative Harrington first, and Representative Bowman.
Yeah, I certainly understand what's been said here, and I understand, I think there's a big problem with process and how things have been done. It's been that way for a long time. But we're also here tonight to address a specific issue.
Correct.
And I can say, as I've said many times on the floor of the House, there's nothing I can say right now that's gonna change anybody's vote. So can we move forward and have the vote?
Thank you here. Great.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like we're all in agreement that the process could be better. I don't think we should vote no on moving forward with the nursing home just because we've been unhappy with the process. It's up to us to fix the process to move forward. But about these plans specifically, it was mentioned the daycare. The daycare does not have access to the main lobby of, you know, the kids aren't running around in the lobby. It's the playground that can be seen, that can see children in the playground. But all that to say, there are many things we can fix. I went to Al Holland and I went to the architect's office. They invited all of us to come. They're open all Monday afternoon, Tuesday afternoon. Only Al and I went. But we talked about ideas. I agree the atrium might be something we can take out and save money. We can shrink. There are many things we can do to address your concern. But we can't build a nursing home for a smaller population than we have. And the Carroll County Nursing Home, it only has 106 beds. And they were able to spread out on a large area of land. I think we try to move forward with that. I think another thing that has occurred at many times, we need a new nursing home, but why does it have to be the Taj Mahal? Or why does it have to be so nice? Because it's for indigenous people. We've heard that many times, and I think there's a real misunderstanding about how healthcare is funded in this country. that we force people, it's not people who have been indigent their whole lives. It's all of us may have circumstances where we find, despite all our planning, that we wind up having to be in a facility, and if you're there for a long time, it's gonna take everything you have. And then you go on medicating. That's all of us. So.
So, Representative Harrington, I will entertain your motion.
I really don't have a motion. I was hoping that, I guess,
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Oh, yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
Representative Trelevin here. I would help my friend Representative Harrington out by making a motion that would be call the question. Last motion to approve the issuance of a 38.16 million bonds to fund the new nursing home, predicated on this very vital discussion that we have just had about how we're going to work together going forward. And we don't have to spend all that money. We need to make a design that we all agree on.
You're not recognized for speech, you're recognized to make a motion.
That's why I stopped talking.
Second, Representative Harrington.
Seconded by.
Second by Representative Grassi. Okay. Yes. So this is a roll call. Is there any discussion? Okay. This is a roll call vote on $163,738,816. The authorization to bond said fund and require the 2/3 vote. Ready for the question?
Yes.
Okay, so.
roll call.
Janet, it is a call roll.
Anchorberg,
No.
Bailey,
No.
Bay,
Yes.
Bickford,
No.
Bixby,
Yes.
Burnham,
No.
Gannon,
Yes.
Conlon,
Yes.
Connor,
No.
Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Ranger,
No.
Brassy,
Yes.
Harrington,
No.
Corrigan,
No.
Corrigan,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Howland,
Yes.
Kaczynski,
No.
Kenny,
Yes.
Lamontagne. Yes. Quebec,
Yes.
Newton,
No.
Fair,
Yes.
Kenny,
No.
Petrie,
No.
Potenza,
No.
Rich,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Silly. Yes. Smith, Jeff,
Yes.
Marjorie Smith.
Yes. Yes, for Jeff.
South,
They're both yes.
Southport,
Yeah.
11,
Yes.
Turcott,
No.
Vincent,
I want to say, tough decision, no.
Wall,
Should get.
15 noes.
What was the vote?
21-15.
Okay, Representative, Davis. David, you're recognized for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll stand, I'm getting cut out. Stiff. Anyway, I'd like to make a motion, to adjourn and meet again within 30 days and vote again. Allowing the delegation in the building committee to hold several meetings in January of 2024 in order to develop reasonable project costs and suggest changes to the proposed building design, thereby possibly working out a compromise that can be supported by the delegation. And if I can speak to that, or you want.
Seconded by Representative Margaret Smith.
Thank you, Mike.
All time, it all.
Well, this, yeah, well, the reasoning is to try to capture, if there's a way to capture the. The reasoning is, if that local money does go, I think we can capture it early on. And if we don't, then we'll move on. It's just an opportunity a second opportunity to grab that money. I mean, I'm just too conservative to let it slide by. If we don't have to, now I voted on the budget, and it was because I'm wedded to the Carroll County design. My dad was there for 4 years. I was up there quite often visiting him with my sister. And it is a wonderful, field, and it's not just for the residents, it's for the families to come in. That's why it is good to have some amenities. My dad stayed at home, with just a TV with him. He was getting dehydrated, went to the hospital, I think 3 times. And, the doctor says he's gotta go to nursing home for some time. So he was in better shape. I said, well, you ready to go home? No, it's pretty nice. And, he insisted on staying. And that's why I'm stuck with this. Now, my mother went to a different nursing home, and it just wasn't the same. And I just wouldn't want somebody else's mom to miss out on what my dad had. Yeah, this does bring me back to jail, though. Representative Smith and I were on. I remember seeing the candy and I was like oil and water. And, but we stuck together on this one. We said, no, we're gonna, we don't want that first bill. Times are changing, and we need to, work with, the bail situation and ankle bracelets and things like that. And it was the smartest thing we ever did. And the commission did come back, and they thanked us very much for turning down the first project. And I feel like we're there now again. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I call the clock for a 10-minute caucus.
Representative Smith, speak to her second if you want to, before you go to caucus. If we have a caucus out, we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I continue to believe that there is close to unanimity in this room that we need to do something about the nursing home. I think that there are problems about the process that got us to this point, and if we could, with everyone's cooperation, find a way to move together to yes, I think everybody would be happy. The only thing that I would like to mention to my good colleague from New York is that it is my understanding that the Carroll County Nursing Home no longer meets the standards. So that's something.
That's not true.
Okay, so there's a motion, so we have to vote on the motion that's on the floor.
Could we have that, like, could we have that in writing?
We need to caucus.
Okay. The motion needs to be in writing.
The motion really needs to be in writing.
Well, right there.
Okay, so So what do you need for time? 10 minutes? Yeah. 10 minutes enough.
Yeah.
10 minutes. Okay, so, Representative Bickford, you're recognized.
So thank you. Jim, I've been recently left with the impression. the Republicans are not-
Representative.
Oh, you can't?
Speak up, I can't hear you.
Well, I'm left with the impression that the Republicans are not interested in this proposal, this motion. So I'm telling you that because it's going to be tough to do much without their participation, unless they want to participate anyway. So I just want to be upfront about where we might be going for those of you voting.
Representative Bickford, you done?
This will be a majority vote.
Right.
And I suspect that the Republicans will not be participating or be voting no.
Okay, Representative Bickford.
I just wanted, Representative Bickford clarified that it was going to be a majority vote, which is the piece of information I wanted.
Right.
No.
The question I have here is that when people understand it, I know people say we have until 2026 or something to spend the ARPA funds, but what it has is that means there has to be stuff in the ground. And that we only have a short window to get things done, whether we build a home type of, a small home type of facility or this, and I thought that, the part of the motion.
Hang on a second, Representative, you guys are left. Yeah.
Part of the motion that we work, that the village regularly throughout the month of July, much of January, to get this stuff done, which would have probably possibly allow us to meet a deadline to keep that $15 million. And the thing is if the Republicans have no intent to participate whatsoever, I think that's bad faith in that, they're making no effort to get this to work towards some sort of compromise. Well, if we want to work for a compromise, let's work together and let's at least try. You're not even wanting to try.
That's not true.
That's the thing that plays through the park spot right there. That's what's happening.
Well, you have people that say you don't want to meet.
No, we're not going to have a yelling contest here. I made a way, we've had the forum up to now, in this delegation, we're not going to have a yelling contest. Okay, and Representative Sherrod is like, who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Representative Bickford that he may not have worded that properly. There are some of us who are not getting back to process. There are some of us who do not like to operate on the fly, meaning something comes up that we're not aware of, that we're unsure of. While there are aspects of Representative Bickford's motion that I totally agree with, there are a couple in there that I disagree with. The fact, so for anybody who says the Republicans don't want to work on this, I think I said in my previous discussion on the main bill or the main motion, I think we need to move ahead with something along the idea of the Carroll County. So to say that we're not interested is incorrect. I'm not interested in a motion that's put on the fly that I haven't had enough time to really look at and potentially agree with. That's all.
So, there are a bunch of hands over there, you still want to speak?
Yeah, I think that if we say no to this motion, then a simpler motion will be made, one that's just let's adjourn, and then we can have a much better time in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Patel.
I just wanted to hand Representative Grassi the email that we got from the executive counselor that just breaks it out. So you're right, in the sense of, we can't like postpone this infinitely, or yes, we're not gonna get the 15 million. But, if we call for a delegation meeting and, we go back out to bid and we actually don't put the cart before the horse, there's things that can be done. So I don't agree with putting a motion on the fly either. I think there could be something, if we're all wanting to work together. So I think it can happen, but we're also going into session and there's the committee and all that kind of stuff. And I just want to make sure that we're all going to be available. But we can't kick the can down the road, and that's not what we want, Representative Grassi. But there is a little bit of time. We're not gonna lose the money. So it's clear there. It just has to be, a foundation has to be in place by December, end of December of 25, like 2 years.
I'm not sure it's quite that straightforward, but anyway, so Representative Brixton next.
So, if it is not seen as, appropriate to, go forward with Representative Bickford's motion, then, I'm wondering if there was, if there was a commitment to have, a couple of delegation meetings before the end of January and multiple building committee meetings in that period of time, in order to, come to, in order to work out, we, the delegation as a whole, see as critical in terms of what needs to go into the new building. And have a chance to, perhaps one of those delegation meetings could be a work session rather than a voting session. But, committing to having those meetings in the next month, rather than saying we're gonna do this motion, I don't know if that would be an appropriate way to do it.
Works for me.
Yes, did I hear you right, that all you're looking is to amend the motion to say we have a delegation meeting in January and try to hash it out from there?
I'm not saying necessarily amending the motion, I'm just saying that I'm wondering what it would take in order to have a commitment to have the delegation meetings, whether that is something that is simply.
The delegation can vote to have a meeting.
Right, okay,
So it's that simple.
do we want to have, so would you feel that it'd be appropriate to have a motion at this point to have another delegation meeting, in the first couple of weeks of January to?
In January, because Christmas weekend,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of people may not be here, but absolutely next month.
Okay, so, possibly. Okay. I want to amend your, to, have a delegation, workshop or delegation meeting in the second week of January.
Okay, you gotta check. Meetings.
Go ahead.
Yes, the second week, and that's your budget, a lot of these people have budget meetings, the second week, which that's gonna have to be.
How about Saturday? But the thing is, let me say.
Could you look, Chairman, don't you always look through the calendar when you're calling delegation meetings during a session?
Look to see if we got a date that works.
So if we all vote on that we would like to have a meeting in January, another delegation meeting, and then we hear back from you about what the potential, you know, with no conflicts, that's fine.
Let me talk here. Okay, it's obvious that we all almost unanimously, possibly unanimously agreed that we needed a new nursing. Okay, it's been said by so many people, so many times tonight that it's perfectly obvious. But it's also obvious that the process is very defective, deficient, and that has not worked well in terms of getting us all on the same page, at least a strong majority, bipartisan, and so forth and so on. But there seems to be that there is a fair amount of goodwill to try to build some kind of a bipartisan resolution to this whole situation. There's a lot of smart people in this thing, and let's try to make it work. Let's try to get it off the ground, because otherwise we're certainly not going to get it. If we just say the Democrats have got the majority, but we don't have enough of a majority, just ram it up your butt. Sure. I mean, that.
Let's get that in the foster.
I'm sorry, that's the former community. The bottom line is, we want to come here together to get this somewhere, or are we just gonna say to hell with it? No. Mr. Chairman, we go to caucus on January 3rd.
So you could always call a little meeting there to say when you want us to meet and let us know the date.
Let's have some inter-party discussion.
They're gonna be there, with back to work.
A number of people on regular basis anyway, so I'm perfectly willing to work with anybody that's willing to work with me.
Okay, well, why don't we just?
I said that 21 years ago.
Do we have to withdraw the motion?
Anything else that needs to be said, otherwise.
We have a motion on the floor, it either has to be voted on or it has to be withdrawn.
Mr. Chair, this is an attempt, to send a message that we aren't just walking away from the table to the people at, Goldman. What we do.
There's some unresolved questions about the money.
Because right now, excuse me, but right now, we're walking away from the table saying no. Flat out no.
No, that's
And they're-
So draw the motion so we can leave the understanding of being conquered.
Just withdraw it. And we'll work with Peter.
You have a second?
Maybe.
Second.
No, as a seconder, I am willing to amend it, but I am not willing to withdraw it.
A point of order. When a motion is made and seconded and presented to the assembly, which is what the chair did, the motion is in custody of the assembly. The maker and the second cannot withdraw the motion once it's been presented. A motion to withdraw, no, you don't need that. Any motion, if the maker asks to have it withdrawn, it's voted on by the entire assembly. That's Robert's Rules of Order.
Well, we don't. Where we.
No question then.
If you want to vote on a motion to adjourn is not debatable or amendable and is in order.
How about we table the motion?
Second.
The table it dies because the table is only good for the current meeting days.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a motion to table.
Yeah.
Debate, second.
Seconded.
Okay, second. All in favor, say aye.
Ah.
All opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. What?
One more thing. I'd like to get on the record, the vote on the bonding. I'm gonna want on the record the objection to the voting on.
Excuse me. I would like to make a mention that when the start of the meeting happened at 6 o'clock, if there was an objection made then, I could have made the meeting in time to vote in person. If that objection was stated earlier in the meeting, then I could have potentially made it, if agreed upon by the rest of the delegation. I know that I'm probably the furthest person away, and again, just an objection to your objection.
Motion to adjourn.
No such thing.
No such thing as a.